Da wären wir. Herzlich willkommen zurück zu Trails of Cold Steel. Was erwartet uns? Ich schaue gerade nach. Ja genau, es gab irgendwie wurde ein Juwelenladen noch ausgeraubt, ne? Burglary at the Jewelers. Now, it seems a burglary has taken place at a Jewelers in Downbeats, called St. Corey's. You should head over and find out what happened as soon as possible. Okay, also im nee. Was wurde geklaut? Excuse me, are you in charge of this store? We're here on behalf of the local government to investigate a reported burglary. Yes, that's right, I'm the owner. You must be the students from Thor's Military Academy. Indeed, Class 7, Group A, at your service. Oh, thank goodness. We may yet have a chance to recover the Crimson Tiara. So that's the object that was stolen? Yes, exactly. It's studded with priceless carnelian gemstones, captivating the hearts of all who gaze upon it. It's the centerpiece of our display, under consideration of becoming a national treasure and valued at almost 100 million mira. Oof, pretty pricey. Yeah, I'll say. It was being displayed in the big showcase in the center of the room, wasn't it? I had heard that the store was filled with the best security system money could buy, so they could display the tiara safe. I'm afraid this was all due to my carelessness. There was no problem with our recently installed security system. The problem was me falling right into Phantom Thief B's trap. Wait, the Phantom Thief B? Heard all manner of rumors about him, but I still find it hard to believe this was actually his doing. Phantom Thief B ist, glaube ich, er kam auch noch in früheren Spielen irgendwie vor. Ich weiß jetzt nicht genau in welchen, ob das jetzt in Trails in the Sky oder in den Crossplay-Spielen war, aber irgendwo kam der mal vor. Mehrfach sogar. The name sounds kind of familiar. Seems like Elliot and Marcus know of him. Yeah, he's a thief with quite a reputation in the capital. Calls himself a liberator of beauty. And he made quite a name for himself with a string of major thefts a number of years ago. He even gained an enthusiastic fan following for the daring and graceful methods he uses during his thefts. Oh, now I remember where I've heard his name before. He's the thief who managed to steal an orbital tank from the Imperial Army, right? Yeah, that's one of his most famous exploits. I seem to recall hearing that story myself. I wonder how one's... Sure. We know how the tiara was stolen? Phantom Thief B is well known for sending the victim a card notifying them of his intended crime before he commits it. Did he send a card this time? Yes, that's right. The card also contains this message. Your prized tiara has already been replaced with an imitation. However, the message was faint. While we did have the utmost faith in our security system, we knew that if anyone would get past it, it would be him. We decided to open the display case to check the tiara, but as it turns out, that's what he was counting on us to do. That's when you stole the tiara, huh? Like so. I assume you weren't able to get a good look of the culprit's face? Indeed, as soon as we opened the display case, the lights all went out. By the time we got them back on, the tiara has vanished. Sounds like he's an ordinary thief. The piece as valuable as this, can you maybe explain how you decided we'd be the optimal choice for the quest? Oh, of course. Please take a look at this. The owner of this fine establishment knows that I have the Crimson Tiara securely in my possession. Should you fulfill my conditions, I promise that it shall be returned to you unharmed. If not, I make no guarantees. Hat quasi die Tiara nicht geklaut, sondern entführt. First, you must not report this incident to the railway military police. Second, you must deliver the other card here to the members of Force Military Academy Class 7 Group A. Third, the aforementioned Group A must overcome the trial written on said card. It really is addressed to us. I find the thief's apparent reveling in his crimes somewhat unpleasant. Yeah, though on the other hand, he seems to be giving us a chance to get the tiara back. Oh. Do you have this other card that the thief mentioned? Of course. Didn't take this. The thief sent the thief beef card. Ugh. TH, das TH im Englischen ist das fürchterlichste ever. Salutations, ladies and gentlemen of Force Military Academy Class 7 Group A. Should you wish to recover the treasure you seek, accept and overcome the trials I have placed before you. All the keys lie within the Vermilion Capital. The first key is at the feet of the Conqueror with the heart of a lion. Okay, das ist wirklich die Statue sein von Emperor Dracos. Riddle, is it? Well, I'm sure the Vermilion Capital is just referring to the city itself. As for the feet of the Conqueror with the heart of a lion, like a treasure hunt. And this card's our first clue. Just seem that way. And do you think you can help us out? We'd be happy to. Indeed, haunting us like that. I'm all for wiping that smug satisfaction off his face. Let's be off then. It's the oh. Thank you so much, please find it. Okay, also Schnitzeljagd. Dann, Dracos Plaza. Zu Fuße des Kaisers mit dem Herzen eines Löwen. Gut. Das war jetzt nicht schwer. The Conqueror with the heart of a lion. Couldn't mean anything other than the statue of Emperor Draco. Agreed, it's hard to hear a clue like that and not immediately think of Draco's Lionheart. And this statue is the most famous monument of him here in Heimdall. Then chances are good that we're in the right place. The guard said to look at his feet. Let's do it then. Oh, 10 feet picks. Here we go. It's the same type of card as the last one. I assume they're correct. Oh, we won't know until we check. The second key is in the northeastern seat of the Prismatic Palace. Northeastern seat. Basically, put another scavenger hunt. But play along, go. In the northeastern seat of the Prismatic is Stars. Prismata Park irgendwie das... Ja genau, das sieht doch sehr prismatisch aus. Northeastern Seat.
Just coming here reminds me of last night's ordeal.
Sounds like you had a rough night.
Northeastern Seat klingt für mich eben wie halt eine Bank. Vielleicht die direkt beim... Da kann ich reingehen. Ich wusste gar nicht, dass ich reingehen. Macht's natürlich dann ein bisschen offensichtlich. This must be the prismatic palace. Here, all signs point to the crystal garden, which leads only the northeastern seat. I presume it refers to an actual place where you can sit. Ihr guckt doch direkt schon drauf. Which would suggest we ought to investigate this bench in the northeast part of the garden. Is that it? Oh, hey. At the round table where once rested the gauntlets that supported the east of the city. Oh goody! Another riddle. So what can we do but keep going? It seems fate has ordained that we should meet again. Recognize that voice. Du schon wieder. Who are you again? He's Baron Blue Blanc. Yeah, we first met during our field study in Berea Harbor. Fabian, I'm most pleased to see that you have not forgotten me. Though my eyes do not deceive me, you have two new faces among your throng today, no? Hi, it's... I've heard mention of you from my classmates. Has your search for beauty brought you all the way to Heimdall too? Moment. Ist der Baron, der nach der Schönheit sucht, und Phantom V ist ein Dieb, der die Schönheit spielt oder befreit. Also offensichtlich kann man es erkennen. You could indeed say that. However, to meet not just in Berea Heart, but among the picturesque elegance of the Vermilion capital as well. Truly, it seems that we are bound together by a destiny most inseparable, wouldn't you agree? I'm not sure. Richtig hinsetzen hier. Hingefläzt. He's a bit on the unique side, huh? Yeah, unique. Let's just call it that. I couldn't sense him coming at all, though. Please, the intensity of your stares is positively withering. Or is it that my overwhelming beauty has clutched your heart so tightly that you cannot help but gaze in wonder? I need another doll, würde ich eher sagen. Oh, I bet on the mirror I have on me that's absolutely not the case. Oh, now, if you'll excuse me, there's still much I must attend to. I wish you the best of luck with your studies. There he goes. And so what did he come to convey to us? That day, who knows? Was war der Tipp nochmal? At the round table were once rested the gauntlets that supported the east of the city. Ostdistrict? Bei Osten halt, ne? Street. Sieht relativ rund aus, ne? Gauntlets that supported the east of the city. Ah, supported the east of the city. Die Bracer Gilde, na klar. Ja. The gauntlet is a symbol of the Bracer Guild, isn't it? It's on their emblem too. Yeah, the once and east parts mentioned in the note important as well. This building was once a branch of the guild. And while the capital once had 2 such branches, this is the easternmost branch. This must be the round table. Here it is. Ihr wohnt doch hier. Ist der Final Thief einfach bei euch reingekommen, während ihr gepennt habt, oder? I can't believe he even trespassed into our lodgings. Yeah, as ich gerade sagte. Well, from the look of things, it doesn't seem to be he touched anything else. Another thought. Yeah, it's creepy knowing he was here. Especially considering we don't know what he's actually after. Anyway, let's see what the next one. Fourth key is on the bottom of the white burden of the steel bird perched at the water's edge. Nach dem Hafen? Sure enough, it's another little rather challenging one at that. Ja, die ganz schwierige. Ja. Also das klingt. At the water's edge klingt für mich halt nach Hafen. On the back of the white burden of the bird. Perched at water's edge. Okay, das könnte. Steel bird könnte auch Luftschiff sein. Irgendwie. Hä? Oh. Steel bird perched at the water's edge. The last clue likely might be referring to the crane here in Standard or a crane. That would make its white burden be as nice. Can't see any card attached. The clue did say it would be on the bottom. Perhaps we should discuss this with whoever is in charge here and ask him to check the containers for us. That would be Port Chief Danberto. We met him earlier today, so let's see if he will help us. Situation. Die Karte bekommen. An der Unterseite von einem der Generation. How the hell did it get stuck to the bottom like that? Wouldn't have been able to attach it without lifting the container. That would have meant using the crane. When did he do it? None of us ever noticed anything suspicious. Well, he is supposed to be a master of disguise, right? Maybe he disguised himself as one of the workers here? I can only guess as to how he might have done it, but it's definitely not something a normal person could pull out. Then aside, what does the card say? Oh yeah, let's see. The final key is hidden near the water's edge. The crimson crown you seek sleeps within a black ark, nestled in the steel car that marches with the minutes. Crimson crown you seek sleeps within a black ark, nestled in the steel car that marches with the minutes. Okay, steel car that marches with the minutes ist die Straßenbahn. Crimson crown ist natürlich die Jahre. Sleeps within a black ark. Schwarze Arche, schwarzer Kopf. It's just as obtuse as the others. So if it's also hidden near the water's edge. Okay, near the water's edge. Okay. Here's nothing. From all indications, I'd say the next one is here in Heimdall Port too. This final key in Crimson Crown too, so at least that's there. Yeah, looks like this is the last one. Heimdall Port, I guess is that the last clue refers to the oval trial. That seems like the best fit. What about archers with the minutes? The tram schedule, of course, arriving and departing at preset times. Heimdall Port is the starting landing point for all the trams in the city. So you could say the tram here is waiting for its appointed time. That makes sense. In a weird way, I guess this is the place then. Get the driver permission to have a look inside. Excuse me, do you think you could do us a favor? Sure, what do you need? Wenn man seine Augen nicht sieht, ist ja auch schon mal überhaupt nicht verdächtig. Explain the situation to the tram driver and ask permission. Search the tram. The infamous Phantom Thief B hid something in this tram car? Yes, we believe that to be the case. Oh, really? Well, I get where you're coming from. Go on and look around as much as you want. Okay. Ja, bisschen offensichtlich, oder? Looks like this must be the black art mentioned in the card. Oh, Phantom Thief appears to have taken no pains to hide it. Isn't it kind of weird that the driver didn't notice it? Maybe Phantom Thief B left it here not too long ago? Nee, der Straßenbahnfahrer ist Phantom Thief B. Würde ich jetzt mal vermuten. Not so sure. Anyway, let's have a look. Inside the black case rested a tiara embedded with dazzling carnelians. Okay. It has such a fiery glow to it. Oh, this is definitely the crimson tiara we've been running all over town looking for. So this thing's worth 100 million lira? Way to handle it. Yeah, we've got to be really careful about getting this back to the jeweler safely with the bill.
So the tiara really was in there, huh?
Mensch, hat sogar einen Voice Actor.
Now I'm wondering if the last passenger who stepped off the tram was Phantom Thief B himself. I don't remember there being any unusual passengers on board, though.
I see. So you have no idea who Phantom Thief B could have been then?
To have done so much and yet left no trace of his presence. He must truly be a master at covering his tracks.
I'll say, but hey, at least we were able to get the tiara back. I suppose that's good enough.
What's wrong, Reen?
Why are you staring at me like that?
I think it's time we put an end to this little charade. Don't you?
Reen hat's kapiert.
Baron Blue Blanc? Or should I call you Phantom Thief B?
What? This savory taste is why the unripe fruit is the most delectable of all.
Wait, aren't you the Baron we met earlier? But that mask...
That's the mask of Phantom Thief B!
Allow me to introduce myself once again. I am Phantom Thief Blue Blanc, otherwise known simply as Phantom Thief B. Baron Blue Blanc is but one of the many roles I have assumed during my pursuits. Incidentally, might I ask when you first discovered my true identity?
It didn't really take much discovering. You went out of your way to show up in the Crystal Garden after all. Now, maybe it's just me, but I find it hard to believe you were seriously trying to hide your identity to begin with. Your disguises? Nothing short of perfect, I have to admit. But with all the work you've put into this, I suspected you might come check on us near the end of your little game.
Ha ha! I see! Excellent deductive reasoning. Simply splendid!
But why would you do something like this? Why go to all the trouble?
Ah, does that interest you? Must there be a motive?
Ja, schon.
Nah. Now that we know your identity, there's nothing more to discuss.
Theft is a crime.
Indeed, a crime we will not allow to go unpunished.
Oh, what spirited youths you are!
What? How did he do that?
Wie sie teleportieren, das macht. Das Stehlen um einiges einfacher.
Just a little trick I like to keep up my sleeve. Regardless, you have provided me with plenty of sport and more than enough entertainment for one day. I'll be watching your future achievements with keen interest. Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, I bid you adieu.
Oi.
He disappeared again.
That's quite a little trick.
He might still be nearby. Let's search the area.
Glaube nicht, dass das was wird. Rena and the others scoured the area for Phantom Thief B, but try as they might, they found no trace of him. After reporting the details to the incident to City Hall, they tracked back to the jewelers to return the tiara. Can't believe that you were able to recover the tiara safely. Can I have a thank you? I almost get the impression we're the reason he stole it in the first place. Maybe we should apologize to you. Oh no, not at all. Phantom Thief B's conquests have always seemed rather capricious. I imagine he just decided to use all of you as a convenient excuse for his latest escapade. Given how fixated on us he seemed, I don't think that's at all likely. Well, better not to say anything. Indeed, the last thing we want is to cause more confusion here. I'm afraid I can't offer you much. But please take these as a token of my thanks. All elements oh no. That is a lot of sip. You sure it's alright? Give us that much? Almost feels like more than we deserve. Well, this is a jewelry boutique after all. We have more sip flying around than we know what to do with. Well, that does make sense. Very much. Well, nothing of it. It's the least I could do after all you've done for us. Besonders weil diese Tiara 100 Millionen Mira wert ist. Also ein paar Millionchen hätte ich jetzt auch gerne mal gehabt. Wäre schön gewesen. So 1 Million Mira würde schon viel ausmachen. Okay. Aber ich habe keine Masse bekommen. Oder? Ach ja, das Zeug. Das teure, richtig geile Zeug. Das wir uns nicht leisten können. Ach du meine Güte, ich sehe gerade hier die Preise. 7,5 Millionen Mira, 34,8 Millionen. Uff. Das ist wirklich eine richtig teure Ware. That was quite exhausting. Phantom Thief B was an even more unpleasant fellow than I expected. Knowing to think his smug face was watching us the whole time. Yeah, though his name is pretty well known around here. He was plainly suspicious even when we first met him, but I didn't suspect he'd prove this much of a troublemaker. Wrong, Marine? I was just thinking. He must be incredibly skilled. Disguised himself so well that he was virtually unrecognizable, not to mention those other things he did. If this were martial arts we were talking about, he'd be at a master level. I disagree. Okay. Besser als das. Glas. Oh. Why would someone like that try to mess with us? I think you asked for group A too. I don't know why. This is class 7 group A room quarters speaking. Hello, sounds like you've been keeping yourself busy. I know it's you, Instructor Sarah. Ooh, got it in one. What'd you guess? From your voice, wahrscheinlich. Don't tell me it's your smoldering love that you're tragically, for your tragically beautiful people. I have many feelings about you, but love would be stretching. Anyway, you don't usually call us while we're on a field study. Is something wrong? Actually, there's something I'd like Group A to go. There's something I'd like Group A to go. When you finish up what you have to do for your field study, I'd like you to head to the Saint District. Okay, let's see. That's where Heimdall's Cathedral and the embassies are, right? At least gotta be somewhere around there too. Yeah, that's the place. I want all of you assembled outside St. Estrellas Gold School at 5 o'clock. Group B will be there too. What? Don't worry, I've already informed the governor about this, so go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Anyway, have fun. Toodles. Hey, hold on it. What's wrong now? Sounded as though the instructor is being her usual irresponsible self again? Pretty much. I don't know what she's thinking. And the rest? Oh, I know where that is. The Girls' Academy for Nobles. Isn't that where your sister attends? I have a few acquaintances who attend there myself. I can't imagine why she'd have us all meet there. Girls' Academy, kind of cool. I'm sure she has her reasons. Weird ones, probably. It's almost evening, so we should finish up here and start heading out. The best way to get to the Saint District is by tram, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter where it's a tram from, it'll pass through here. I almost dread to think what we'll have to do when we get there, though. Saint District was added to the tram. Hey? Irgendwas muss ich machen. Eigentlich müssen wir alles erledigt haben, ne? Gut. Irgendwas, was wir machen könnten? Passage. Wir haben I doubt we'll have time to do anything else once we've arrived at the Saint District. We're going? Traveling to the Saint District will cause the main story to advance. Alle gucken so.
They were wearing the same uniform as Reen's sister.
Yeah, they must go to St. Estrella too.
So, the famous St. Estrella Girls' School is around here, huh? It's supposed to be a combined middle and high school exclusively for the young ladies of the nobility.
Yeah, this is one part of the capital that the masses have no reason to visit. Although, I can at least support the school's commitment to fostering chastity and rejecting materialism.
You seem to know an awful lot about a fancy girls' school.
No, I don't. This is all just common knowledge.
Anyway, let's go and wait by the front gate.
Yeah, those were the instructor's orders.
I'm feeling kind of nervous, actually.
Why would you?
To men, this academy must seem clad in the mysterious, impenetrable aura of feminine nobility.
Schön ausgedrückt, Laura.
I was wondering. Did you not want to come here, Laura?
My father did recommend it to me, but they offered no classes in the martial arts. That alone was reason enough to look elsewhere.
I can totally understand that.
Though I get the feeling Laura would cause a real uproar if she went to a school for genteel young ladies.
Yeah, I can picture the chaos now.
Oh? I have a number of acquaintances who attend there, and from all I hear, it does seem to be a wonderful school. I've heard that even Princess Alphen herself is a student there.
I've heard that too.
Princess who?
You've seriously never heard of her? I know you're not from Erebonia, but even still.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if plenty of Erebonians didn't know who she is.
Princess Alphen is the daughter of our reigning emperor, His Majesty Emperor Eugent. She's supposed to be as sweet as an angel and popular with everyone.
Is that so?
Actually, I believe she's the same age as Fee. I've had the opportunity to meet her once before. She truly is as charming as the rumors suggest.
I figured as much. I've seen photographs of her plenty of times in magazines, though I've never had the opportunity to meet her.
Sounds like she's in the same school year as Elise, come to think of it. She has a twin brother, too, Prince Cedric. He's the crown prince of Erebonia.
Oh, right.
Auch alles wichtiges Info, die wir noch irgendwie wissen müssen.
I think I've seen a picture of the prince in a magazine before. Dark blonde hair, like Eustace's brother, right?
Oh, I think you're thinking of Prince Oliver. He's Cedric and Alphen's older brother.
Why isn't he the crown prince then?
I've heard the reason is that his mother was a commoner. It seems like a stupid reason to deny him the right of succession, but that's how nobles do things.
I feel like I've been hearing his name a lot lately. He made a big splash when he came back from Liberl aboard that airship. You know the one, right?
Ah, you must be referring to his return aboard the Arcel, after the crisis in Liberl was put to rest.
Rays in the sky.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It really made a big impact. I'd never seen an airship that looked so white and elegant before.
I believe my father went to welcome the prince back in his capacity as imperial governor, too. And yeah, now that you mention it, that does seem to be when I started hearing his name around a lot more.
Oh, you're all here already.
Ah, you made it.
It's good to see you all again.
You're a bunch of early birds, aren't you?
Well, we just about finished up everything we had to do when we got the call to meet here.
Were you able to finish up everything on your end, too?
As if we'd leave any loose ends. If not for our unfamiliarity with the city, we would have been finished this morning.
Every time.
Looks like getting these two to kiss and make up will be an uphill battle.
Well, some say that when someone gets under your skin, it means you really care about what they think.
Wait, did you two?
I figured the girls would be the first to notice.
Of course. I apologize for any worry I've caused you.
We're fine now.
Really? That's great! It sure is. Maybe after this field study is over, we can get together and spend the night talking in one of our rooms.
Sounds good.
The thought of a Class 7 pajama party makes me a little embarrassed.
That's girls for you.
Girls and sleepovers go together like jam and toast, huh?
Ja, diese Mädchen, ne, die machen alle dieselben. Alle dasselbe.
That must be Heimdall Cathedral's bell.
It has a solemn, stately sound, wouldn't you say?
It sounds so different from how it does in the Ost district. Though that makes sense considering the distance.
That bell ringing must mean it's 5 o'clock, which means it's almost the time we were supposed to meet here.
Reen?
Elise, what are you doing here? Wait, I guess this is your school, so where else would you be?
Yes. I see all of your classmates are with you too.
It's only been a week since we saw you, hasn't it?
Well, we were told to meet here.
Wait a minute. Are you the ones? The 9 guests I was told to expect at 5 o'clock sharp?
Well, there are 9 of us in Class 7. Wait, what?
Then that would mean you're the one we were told wanted us to come here?
Actually, I suspect that would be a friend of mine. Why does she always have to be such a mischief maker? I swear. She could have at least given me a little warning that you were coming.
Elise?
Anyway, where are my manners? Welcome to St. Estrella Girls' School. I hope you'll enjoy your visit. Right this way.
Was ist hier los? Laufen wir hier rum, warum auch immer. Ih, Boys. Ja, da fängt ja viel Energie vor. Die reden zu schnell. Yeah, I can feel the stairs boring holes in my head. Pay them no mind. We certainly do seem to be the stars of the shows today. Laura's as popular as ever. Can't say that being admired doesn't feel nice, but please don't be too hard on them. We don't have many opportunities to meet people from outside this school. You think that boy in the front is a commoner? Sure, but the way he looks so handsome. Was due to Reen sein, no? Do you think they know Elise? Actually, you're right. It's kind of uncomfortable. They're all the same age as you, Elise? I don't know and I don't care. Oh. Rosengarten. Warum steht das auf Deutsch da? Hat mich jetzt ein bisschen verwundert. Auf einmal deutsche Worte.
What's in here?
It looks like an indoor garden.
This is the Academy's Rose Garden. The person who called you here is waiting inside.
Who did call us here anyway?
Whoever they are, they must have considerable social standing.
Your Highness, I brought the guests. Thank you. Please show them in.
Oh. No way.
Hey, Elise, is that...
You don't need to ask when you already know. Now, if you'll follow me...
I knew it!
Ja, war klar, Prinzessin Alfin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. My name is Alfin. Alfin Rice Arner. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Wir wissen ja, dass sie mit Elise befreundet ist und dann jetzt sie irgendwie aufzieht.
Come on, Elise, cheer up. I'm sorry, all right? I was only trying to tease you a little. Don't you have something you wanted to discuss with everyone? Please, go right ahead. Well, that aside, it's been a long time since I last saw both of you, Eustace and Laura. I'm glad to see you're both well.
Likewise, Your Highness.
You've become even more fetching since we last met.
Aw, thank you. I was rather hoping that you'd decide to enroll in St. Estrella too. But it seems you chose to attend Thor's after all.
Well, I've committed myself to following the way of the sword, and Thor's gives me a place to hone my skills. I apologize for not being able to live up to your expectations.
First I lost Angelica to Thor's, then you too.
Angelica?
Perhaps I should just transfer there next year myself. Your Highness. Got you to look. But I...
Well, she seems lively.
She seems far more easygoing than I was expecting.
I've heard plenty about her, but none of that prepared me for meeting her in person.
So, this is what it's like to be in the presence of royalty. It's actually rather overwhelming.
I can see why people always compare her to an angel.
Me too.
Please don't worry about me. Well, I still have much to learn before I feel like I deserve my status among the nobility. I've been blessed with wonderful friends, and I'm enjoying life here at the Academy.
Well, she does seem to have at least one wonderful friend. Kind of an understatement when that friend happens to be Princess Elfin.
I'm particularly happy to finally be able to meet you, Reen Schwarzer.
Yeah.
Elise has told me so much about you. Your Highness!
I'm honored that you'd say so. Elise always mentions in her letters what a great friend she has. As her brother, I wanted to thank you for that.
Reen? Oh, it's so refreshing. You're every bit the person Elise says you are. Perhaps even more
Das wird
so.
wirklich langsam echt uncomfortable.
Huh?
Actually, I have a teensy-weensy favor to ask. Do you think I could join Elise in thinking of you as my dear brother as well?
What?
Your Highness! You see, Elise has spoken of you so often that in my heart, you've already come to feel like family. And now that I've had the opportunity to meet you, I fear I simply can't suppress these feelings any longer.
Ja.
I have two brothers already, of course, so I'm sure it won't take long to adjust.
I couldn't possibly. I mean,
That's enough, Your Highness. Aw, don't be so stingy. Surely it wouldn't hurt to share him with me a little. Anyway, that aside, the reason I called you here today was not to talk with me. There is someone else who would like to meet you.
Why? It's not like we're famous.
Who do you mean? Hey, isn't that...
A guitar? No, a lute?
Oh, it seems he's arrived. Oh,
I apologize for keeping you waiting.
Oh boy. Das ist eine der seltsamsten und unangenehmsten Cutscenes.
it's a pleasure to see you again.
And you as well, young lady? Well, I trust everyone here has been making themselves comfortable?
Who's this guy?
I'm not sure, though I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
I serve as a music instructor in the hallowed halls of this fine academic institution. In truth, I am ever on the hunt for that elusive mayfly we call love. But that might raise eyebrows at a girls' school. But whose pulse would not quicken wandering into this untainted cloister of dew-eyed maidens? Ah, the romance.
Okay, jetzt ist es richtig awkward.
Could he be?
Ow! I think that's quite enough. Any more of that, and our guests may start edging toward the exit.
Ah, I can always count on you to never miss a beat, my dear sister.
Oh, wait. So this is...
Whoa.
Indeed.
Prince Oliver, ja, den...
'Tis I, Olivert Ricey Arner, also known by some unscrupulous individuals as the debaucherous prince.
Wer die vorhergehenden Teile gespielt hat, der kennt ihn schon.
I also serve as
Kommt, glaub
Thor's
ich, hier in
Military
Teil vor.
Academy's ornamental chairman of the board. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
Auf einmal sitzen sie dort. Was immer.
I have to admit, I was surprised to learn that you're the chairman of the board of directors, Your Highness. I'd heard that the chairman was a member of the Imperial family, but still.
I'm not surprised. Who would expect the infamous prodigal son to chair a committee at a prestigious academy like Thor's? I suppose it's not surprising they'd rather keep it hushed up, though. It wouldn't exactly be great for the school's image.
That's surprisingly forthright coming from you. Is it really true, though? I mean, that you were the one responsible for establishing Class 7, Your Highness?
Indeed, I was. You see, it's always been a tradition that a member of the Imperial family serves as chairman of the board. At first, I wore the title in name only, but I had a change of heart after my vacation in the Burl 2 years ago.
It's in this guy.
You were in Liberl back then?
That would put your visit during the incident that occurred there, correct?
Right. All I've done since I returned to Erebonia has been inspired by my experience during the crisis in Liberl. As a result, fruitless though they may prove to be, I've set a number of plans in motion. One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will.
Winds of change, huh?
I can only assume you're referring to our class?
Then the one who decided to throw both commoners and nobles into the same class was...
Yes, the idea was mine. Although the selected students also had to have a high aptitude with the Arcus units too.
I think I'm finally starting to understand the reasoning behind Class 7, and why we're being sent all over Erebonia on these field studies.
To show us firsthand and give us cause to consider the conflict between the two factions. That is the purpose behind our field studies. Is it not, Your Highness?
That is one of the reasons, yes. However, my foremost intention was to show you that during your lives, you will encounter many obstacles and conflicts. Not just between factions, but between the capital and the provinces, tradition and technology, even between nations. In these turbulent times, I thought that this would provide the hands-on education today's promising youths need. We need up-and-comers who can think and act independently to face tomorrow's challenges head-on.
That makes sense.
Wow, that's quite a plan.
I can't help but feel a little unsure whether we can live up to such high expectations.
Hearing your explanation has, at the very least, cleared up many of the doubts I've had up to this point.
Class 7 does seem like an ideal environment to expand one's outlook on life.
I feel like going through everything we have so far has brought us closer to doing exactly that.
Yep.
Marvelous. I'm so pleased to hear it. Just listening to you makes me feel even more certain that establishing Class 7 was the right decision. Especially since while the idea itself was mine, I have no real say in how the class is run day to day. Even so, I still hope to meet all of you at least once, if only to tell you all this. That was when Alphen stepped in and offered to set up this little meeting.
I see. Well, I could hardly refuse such a sincere request from my brother. But it also presented me a fine chance to finally meet Elise's beloved brother, as I've always wanted to. Your Highness!
Thank you for taking the time to tell us all of this, Your Highness. I feel like now that I know, I want to live up to the promise you saw in Class 7. Thing is, am I right in assuming that Class 7 doesn't exist just to fulfill your progressive ideal?
What do you...
Oh?
The board has its chairman, of course, but 3 directors besides. My older brother Rufus, Imperial Governor Karl Regnitz, and Irina Reinford of the Reinford Group.
Oh, yeah.
Now that you mention it...
They do seem to have certain expectations for us.
Precisely. As I mentioned, I no longer have anything to do with how Class 7 is run. That authority lies with the directors. As you're keenly aware, Rufus and Governor Regnitz sit on opposite sides of the factional divide. And while Chairman Irina is mostly involved with Class 7's technology, like the Arcus, her intentions are a mystery to me.
Ja, das klingt für mich nach einem Problem. Um ganz ehrlich zu sein, wenn du ihre Intentionen nicht mal kennst.
And it's those three who decide where you'll travel for your field studies.
Is that right?
When you put it that way, it does make it seem like some kind of bargaining is taking place behind the scenes.
It was one of the conditions they gave in exchange for allowing Class 7 to be established. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country. Well, I suppose when I put it that way, it sounds positively heroic. But that's just me. Don't feel too pressured by it. You're students, first and foremost. Reach out and grab that fragrant rose of school life. Join a club. Eat cheap food with your friends at midnight. Fall in love. We live but once. Make your youth count.
YOLO, quasi.
You know, it's weird, but hearing you say that kind of takes a load off my mind.
By the way, just earlier you said that we believed the Class 7 would be a great light. Is there someone else involved with Thor's who shares your vision for our class, Your Highness?
There is. Principal Van Dyke. I once attended Thor's myself and studied under him. He gave my proposal to establish Class 7 his full backing.
I see.
He's been particularly considerate toward us ever since we arrived at the Academy.
While he has no direct control over the running of the Academy, he does preside over the board meetings. And above all, he's the one who assembled an excellent team to give you first-rate training.
An excellent team, you say?
Are you referring to Instructor Sarah?
Well, she's certainly one of them. Still, coaxing her away from her former line of work certainly played a large part in giving Class 7 a great foundation. She is, after all, one of the strongest people in the Empire, and her experience makes her a natural field leader.
One of the strongest people in the Empire.
Wait, what?
Instructor Sarah? One of the strongest people in Erebonia?
Exactly what experience might you be referring to?
I've even heard rumors of her daring exploits myself. She was known as the Purple Lightning. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Hi, Brawler. Du kommst genau im richtigen Moment nach der unglaublichen awkward Cutscene. Vorher mit Prinzessin Alphen und Elise und der gesamten Klasse 7.
Wait. Purple Lightning?
Nope.
I knew it.
If you two have heard of it, it must be a household name among martial artists.
That's right. Though I've just heard it in passing.
Ah, that young ace of the Erebonian Bracer Guild, and one of the Empire's most famous bracers. She has a history full of brave feats and dangerous deeds. She was even the youngest bracer to achieve A-rank status. Back then, she was known as the Purple Lightning. Now, you know her simply as your homeroom teacher.
Ja, immer viel trinken, gerade bei der Hitze. Ganz wichtig. Besonders du. Was du verpasst hast, also, okay. Als erstes haben wir diese Sidequest gemacht, wo ja jemand was aus einem Juwelenladen geklaut hat. Das stellte sich als der mysteriöse und berühmte Phantom Thief B heraus, den es schon in den vorhergehenden Teilen gegeben hat. Und es stellte sich heraus, dass dieser uns auf so eine kleine Schnitzeljagd hat, um eine Tiara, eine extrem wertvolle Tiara zurückzubringen. Und nachdem wir das gemacht haben, hat er sich zu erkennen gegeben und es war dieser Baron Blue Blanc. Dieser blau-lila-haarige Adlige, der ganz seltsam geredet hat, der ständig auf der Suche nach der Schönheit ist, ne, und sowas. Er ist in Wirklichkeit Phantom Thief B gewesen. Wir haben die Tiara zurück. Er hat einfach nur mit uns quasi gespielt, wenn man so will. Danach wurde uns gesagt, okay, jemand will euch treffen, die gesamte Klasse 7 in der Mädchenschule, wo Reens Schwester Elise zur Schule geht. Dort waren wir jetzt. Dort stellte sich heraus, dass Prinzessin Alphen, die Tochter des Imperators hier, oder Kaisers? Imperators, ja. Des Kaisers das ganze Treffen arrangiert hat, weil uns der Prinz Olivert, der älteste Sohn des Kaisers, uns treffen wollte, denn der ist der Chairman von Thor's Academy. Also Prinz Olivert hier, ist der Klasse 7 mehr oder minder zusammengestellt hat. In seiner Kappe geht die gesamte Idee von Klasse 7 in der Thor's Akademie. Und er hat sich jetzt mit uns getroffen, weil er uns einmal wenigstens mal treffen wollte. Um uns halt mal zu sehen, wie Klasse 7 so drauf ist. Mal sehen. Und da sitzen wir jetzt gerade hier zusammen und unterhalten uns über den gesamten Sinn von Klasse 7 und was so alles dahinter steckt. Jetzt ganz grob zusammengefasst. Und jetzt hat er auch noch die Vergangenheit von deren Sarah erzählt. Sie war ein Bracer, der jüngste Bracer, der jemals den Rang A erreicht hat, und sie ist eine der stärksten Personen in ganz Erebonia. Und das war so ziemlich jetzt alles. Und das war jetzt auch schon das Ende der Cutscene. Was war denn das awkwarde Alphen Ellis Gespräch? Genau das. Ein awkwardes Alphen und Ellis Gespräch. Nichts anderes gibt es als nur awkwarde Gespräche zwischen Alphen und Ellis. Also Alphen hat Reen vorgeschlagen, dass er auch ihr großer Bruder werden soll. Und es war ganz, ganz unangenehm. Thanks for seeing us out. I never would have guessed you were friends with Princess Alphen of all people. I wish I knew how much of what she said was genuine. Hey, Elise? Thank you for taking the time to come here today. Take care on your way back to your lodgings. Well, thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Good night, everyone. Wait. Alle gucken sie ihn an. Don't worry. Kind of understand where she's coming from. I doubt I could have guessed that Her Highness would extend such a bold invitation to you. Ja, wie gesagt, sie hat gesagt, willst du nicht auch mein großer Bruder werden? Not sure how that's my fault. Nee, es ist nicht deine Schuld, Reen. Keine Sorge, in dem Fall bin ich auf deiner Seite. Yes, I almost forgot. Ach, es gab noch eine weitere. I have a small favor I'd like to ask of you. Of me? Highness? Oh, you're going to ask him? But of course. You see, tomorrow I'll be attending a garden party sponsored by the local government of the start of the festival. Or rather, Marquis's father invited me to attend. Yes, I seem to recall of hearing that myself. And that's the one in Crystal Garden in Marta Park, right? Indeed. Anyway, let's not waltz around the matter. I was rather hoping that you would join me as my dance partner, Reen. Oh boy. Does that mean... Do you think Her Highness knows the old saying, a dance today, a wedding tomorrow? Boy. I'm sure that's fully in the realm of tabloid speculation. Still, there's no denying that when you interpreted it that way. Whoa, 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 hold on a minute. I don't think I can... I mean, it would be an honor, but it's like too great of an honor for someone like me. Oh, not at all. Deswegen sage ich awkward. Your father may be a baron, but the Schwarzers have had long deep ties with the imperial family. I apologize if this comes across as rude, but inviting you would likely create less opposition than if I were to invite Eustace. See, but I can't deny that. You needn't apologize. I find your choice rather fascinating, actually. Excuses, you're not helping. Anyway, I really don't think I'm the man you want. Sometimes I can barely keep from tripping over my own feet. That's so. Elise once told me that she asked you to help her practice the finer points of ballroom dancing. In fact, she says you're an excellent dancer, that you step lightly and very gracefully. Is that not true, Reem? Ist ein bisschen zu leise, meine Stimme. Das lässt sich ja gerne ändern. Besser so? Jetzt habe ich es mal richtig hochgedreht. I understand. It was rude of me to trouble you with a petition like this on such short notice. And besides, I don't suppose you would... Besser. And besides, I don't suppose you would have much interest in dancing with a little girl like me. Ach, jetzt kommt auch noch Guilt-Tripping. Ach du meine Güte. No, that's not what I mean, Your Highness. That's my sister, alright. She really knows how to twist a knife. Vorher hat die Spielmusik dich übertönt. Ja, okay. Jetzt ist es aber gut. Denke ich doch. Hoffe ich. Like they're having fun. I had no idea the Imperial Army was such a lively and cheerful bunch. I get the feeling they aren't really like this. Ah, I see now. How could it not have crossed my mind? Perhaps the truth is that you already have your heart set on someone else? Yeah. Or is there someone you're already courting? Yeah. Laura, well, do you? I'm positively dying to know which maiden has conquered the battlefield of your heart. Will ich doch nicht. Wait, I mean... Ah! Super awkward. This. Yikes. How am I going to get out of this one? I'm not sure how to turn her down. Very well, I shall relent this time. However, next year I'll be 16, just like your sister. That's when I'll be making my debut into high society, so I'd be very happy if you'd give my invitation some thought. Übles Soap Opera Drama hier drin. Oh, you're the lucky one. Your Highness really seems to have taken a liking to you. Really ought to have accepted her invitation. Might have led to something truly unexpected in the future. No, I doubt it. It seemed like she just took an interest in me because I'm her friend's brother. She didn't seem all that serious about it, so I figured she was just trying to tease the two of us. And it seemed that way. But I got the impression that wasn't what was going on there. Wasn't all that was going on there. You weren't the only one feeling nervous the whole time. Ja, ich auch. Ganz ehrlich. Ich wollte die ganze Zeit nur so schnell wie möglich raus aus dieser Cutscene. Um ehrlich zu sein. Princess Oliver was an even more unusual person than I'd heard. But about that, it seemed entertaining to be around. Think that he's the one who made Class 7 possible? He seemed easygoing, but hearing him talk about our class made what we're doing feel even more important. And besides, he gave us plenty of other useful info. Yeah, including the fact that the board of directors seems to have their own agenda for us. We have no idea what they're planning, but their motivations seem incredibly suspicious. Mit Sicherheit. Oder die hatten einfach selber Spaß mit dem ganzen Chip-Teasing. Man muss ja auch bedenken, die Entwickler sind ja auch nur Menschen, ne? Sweet. Hearing about the instructor's background kind of threw me for a loop, though. I wouldn't have imagined she used to be a bracer. Maybe because you don't really see them around anymore to begin with. Hearing is more or less the highest you can be. Ooh. I assume you already knew about her history, Fee? Yep. The guild is every Jägerskorps main competition after all. Probably even ran into her a few times during our operations. Really? I'd almost forgotten about those good old days. Hm? Oh. Natürlich, sie ist ja auch da. Doctor, how long have you been there? So, looks like you finally found out about my work history, huh? Sollte werden. Cola trinken. Nach dem Mund trockener. I guess that kinda tarnishes my ravishing adult charm a bit then. I hate to break it to you, but you didn't have any to begin with. Whoa, Marcus! Whoa! Das ist mit dem Ziegelstein gegen den Kopf. You're an old maid, son? What's that? Oh, hello. Good evening, everyone. Oh? This is quite the unusual combination. Let me be the first to assure you that this wasn't my idea. But the governor's asked me to tell you that tomorrow's field study is being put on hold. What? Instead, you get the exciting opportunity to help this lady and her goons with their evil scheme. Huh? What evil schemes? Wah. Sarah, could you maybe not try to put them off entirely before I've had the chance to explain? Actually, there is a matter I'd like all of you to help us with. I've discussed this with the governor and he decided that this would be the best way to handle the issue. Now, if you'd be so kind as to get on board, wenn wir jetzt entführt, I'll explain everything to you at the command post in Heimdall Central State. Was ist jetzt auf einmal los? Was läuft denn hier gerade? Wie ist mir das unangenehm? Alter, ich mal mit dem Kamerafahrt hier. In Establishing Shot. Aber gibt es hier im Spiel eh viel zu viele. Terrorists? Indeed, I'm afraid we have no choice but to define them as such. Unfortunately, we have no clue as to their aim, nor do we know the names of the group's members, its size, or its history. At present, it doesn't even seem that the terrorist group has established a name. A lot of unknowns. Would I be correct in assuming the man we met in the North Highlands, who was trying to start a war, is a member? Hallo, Johanna. Ah. Ja, genau, der Typ. Gideon ist er, glaube ich, ne? He's one of them, hmm? He said his name was Gideon or G or something like that? So that's when that man you encountered in the Highlands was up to. He does sound like the terrorist type. And you think he and his group are going to try something in tomorrow on the first day of the summer festival? We're currently operating under that assumption, yes. The summer festival lasts 3 days, but unlike festivals in other provinces, only the first day garners much attention. It's been a month since the incident in Nord. If they intend to make their next move soon, tomorrow is a late time. Also gibt's hier gleich wirklich einen Terroristenanschlag. Deswegen auch der Titel des Streams. Daran erinnere ich mich noch. I agree. Keine Sorge, sie kann Deutsch. Johanna kann Deutsch. Sie ist nicht im englischen Sprachigen. Terrorists do love their time in the spotlight, after all. And considering how easily Gideon gave you his name, I'm betting we'll start to see them acting more openly soon. Ja, das passiert ja manchmal. Es ist häufiger jetzt schon vorgekommen, dass einfach englischsprachige Zuschauer dann eben hier sind und ich komplett die Sprache switchen musste für den gesamten Stream. Deswegen, also das passiert gerne mal hier. Besonders jetzt bei einem Spiel, das an sich schon komplett auf Englisch ist. First you gather arms and other like-minded allies in secret, then you reveal yourself with a bang and keep going in quick succession. That's a typical terrorist MO. You want us to assist with countermeasures against them? Right. The RMP will be joining forces with the Heimdall military police to bolster the capital's security. Unfortunately, as big as the capital is, I can say with complete confidence that there'll be no holes in our security. That's where you come in. You'll be assisting our security measures as a reserve force. Bah! It sure be nice if the guild was still active here. They would have come in mighty handy right about now. Yes, I don't disagree. Sarah, you do know that the RMP had no involvement with withdrawal from the... Really? I mean, your boss and that brother of yours could hardly make their opposition to the guild more obvious if they tried. Da knirscht's ein bisschen. Wow, these two really seem to have a messy history between them. Sure looks that way, especially where the guild is concerned. Although it sounds like your brother has been keeping busy in Crossbell recently. So, what's it gonna be? Whether you choose this as your field study task for tomorrow is totally up to you. If you decline, there are plenty of tasks the governor needs taken care of, like you've been doing the last 2 days. The summer festival is a busy time after all. Lots of little details that need to be squared away. Was ist eigentlich der Unterschied zwischen Jägern und Bracers in der Welt? Soweit ich weiß, Bracers sind quasi wirklich einfach die alle möglichen Aufgaben erledigen, wenn sie erledigt werden müssen. Wenn es auch nur irgendwie eine verschwundene Katze wiederfinden ist. Und Jäger sind direkt einfach Söldner, also direkt wirklich nur zum Kämpfen gedacht. Kämpfen nur, sind bei militärischen Einsätzen dabei und so weiter. Die Bracer sind dann mehr so eine zivile Gruppe, die einfach nur da ist, eben helfen. Soll Claire Bruder in Crossbell sein? Ist das eine Anspielung auf die anderen Spieler? Ja, ich denke schon. Kann auch sein, dass ihr mit ihrem Bruder jemand anders gemeint ist, der noch später kommt. Bin mir jetzt aber nicht ganz sicher. I think I speak for Group A when I say we'd be glad to join in with the anti-terrorist countermeasures. Group B feels the same. Ja, als ob wir da nicht mitmachen. Alright then. Thank you for your assistance, everyone. Now let's move right along to confirming the patrol routes we'll be following. Katze. Okay, so eine Bracer-Guild-Gebäude so leer zu sehen, ist wirklich ein bisschen so leer und tot. Oh, this place sure brings back memories. Up until about a year and a half ago, I'd swing by here at least once a week. Really? I wouldn't be surprised if I... before then. Well, I did end up getting to know your sister. Fiona, right? Works as a piano teacher? Ich? Seriously? Wait, she did say she knew someone who worked at the guild. I guess she was talking about the instructor? Instructor. What is it that caused the guild to withdraw from the capital? Frage eigentlich. I've been wondering that for a while now myself. The guild used to be pretty active here in Erebonia, right? Das war ein schwieriger Satz, als es eigentlich sein sollte. Well, yeah. The direct cause was guild branches all over the country being blown up. Oh, what? But I'm sure you already knew that. The culprits were a Jäger Corps hired by a nasty bunch the guild was at odds with at the time. Well, still is, but anyway. Ja, also die Bracer und die Jäger mögen sich scheinbar jetzt gegenseitig auch nicht sonderlich. Thanks to a dependable ally, we were able to defeat the Jaegers, but by then the Imperial government had its eye on us. They started making life difficult for us. They took most of the guild's authority in the country, leaving our hands tied. Eventually, the branches here started closing one by one, with no real prospect of ever reopening. That's how it was. Doctor. Don't worry, your dad might be the city's governor, but he wasn't really involved. A certain friend of his, however, was very in. You're talking about Chancellor Gilead Osborne, representative of the Imperial government. Soon? Gilead Osborne wird noch ein sehr wichtiger Charakter. Yep, him and his cronies in the Imperial Intelligence Division. Kind of like a sister organization to the Railway Military Police. Anyway, after that I was out of a job. That's when Principal Van Dyke came and offered me a position at the academy. I started as a combat instructor last spring, and after that I wound up being chosen as your class's homeroom teacher. I still help out the guild from time to time, though. That's how I ended up bringing in our Jäger principal. Knock it off. That's what happened. You mentioned that a Jäger Corps was responsible for the attack. What was its name? Oh, it wasn't the same group Fee ran with. They were called Jester, not a particularly high-ranking outfit. Worried about me? Well, I did suspect that it was likely a different group. Well, from the sound of it, the Jäger Corps Fee belonged to was a pretty large one, though. Oh, definitely. She was with Zephyr. Their leader was this insidious guy known as the Jäger King. You name a combat specialty, Zephyr had it covered. They were the only corps on par with the Red Constellation, which has its roots in the Berserkers of the Middle Ages. Oof. That caused me plenty of trouble back when I was still a full-time bracer. Look who's talking. You caused us plenty of trouble yourself. Hard to believe that this all happened to people we actually... Yeah, it sounds more like a story out of some novel. Ist euch eigentlich mal aufgefallen, dass Elliot immer so ein nervöses Lachen hat? Fast jeder Satz, den er macht, ist irgendwie so... Anyway, the terrorists you've been hearing about lately aren't part of any Jäger Corps. Figured that was the case. Generally, Jägers are interested in two things, money and fighting. That Gideon guy you encountered in the North Highland doesn't seem to fit that description though. Atmen, Junge beim Lesen. Atmen. If I had to guess, I'd say he's acting on some kind of deep-seated grudge. Grudge, huh? Well, it's hard to say anything for sure. I never met him myself. From what I understand, he did seem particularly tenacious. It's definitely that, which means we're really going to have to step it up for our patrol tomorrow. Your involvement is just a precautionary step, but if you're going to help, give it your best, I say. Seems like your teamwork is smoother than ever too, so all the better. Anyway, it's late. So get your report written and get some sleep. I'm gonna crash in one of the empty rooms upstairs. Okay. Immer dasselbe mit ihr. Doctor never changes, does she? Good? She seemed more talkative than usual. Feels like she was pushing herself. Now that you mention it, did seem far more forthcoming with information than usual. Maybe she's feeling a bit weird being back in her whole workplace? Right. Still, I guess we're not really in any position to be worrying about her. We'll just have to do our best to coordinate with Group B tomorrow to make sure everything goes smoothly. Agreed. Alright, the sooner we get that report written, the sooner we can get some sleep.
Drinks are on me someday.
Irgendwann mal. Ach ja, ich war auch vorher, bevor ich überhaupt den Stream angefangen habe, habe ich ein bisschen was geangelt. 2 neue Fischarten gefangen und ein Rezept habe ich noch gefunden. Also habe ich das auch schon mal erledigt, damit das dann... Es ging relativ schnell, hat nur 5 Minuten gedauert oder sowas. Aber besonders interessant zum Ansehen war es auch nicht.
The time is finally at hand. At last, the hammer of judgment shall rouse this indolent capital from its slumber.
Yeah!
Yay! Fuck.
Comrade G, all of the necessary preparations are complete.
But it feels like you have so few men accompanying you.
Wouldn't it be wise to call in a few others for backup?
There's nothing to fear. As long as I have this flute, not even the railway military police stand a chance of stopping us.
Ja, die ultimative Waffe. Flöten.
Tomorrow, the people of this land will at last know our name.
Und unser Name ist...
My dear comrades,
Tim.
I shall be counting on you all.
Yeah!
Yay. Und dann schlafen. Okay. Alright, I'm going to check on Group B before heading over to the Railway Military Police Command Post. Just give me a call on your Arcus if you find anything during your patrol. Okay. Still, I was expecting Captain Claire to be our point of contact. Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to agree to cooperate with the Railway Military Police. I'm not exactly delighted about working with them, but things are looking pretty serious. I'm helping them this once and acting as your point of contact, but I won't let them forget for a minute that they owe me. Anyway, I'll see you all later. Tell Fiona thanks for the breakfast. Good thing. Alright, we should get moving too. We've got our designated areas, so we'll be patrolling them one by one. Keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. Instructor Sarah said she'd contact us around noon. Let's be off then. Ah. I'm guessing the city is gonna be packed with people, since it's the first day of the summer festival. That's all the more reason we need to stay especially vigilant. Okay, Wären wir wieder im irgendetwas, was vielleicht mal Gameplay sein könnte. Jetzt wird mir hier aber noch gesagt, oh, die Konfetti? Einfach so random durch die Gegend? Okay. Es gibt hier wohl eine versteckte Quest. Ein Sommerfest-Konfetti. Das wird übel fies sein, das sauber zu machen, mal ganz ehrlich. Hallo, bist du? Ja. Is that him? No, it's not. I do hope he notices and comes back here. Oh, hat die Senpai nicht erkannt. I wonder what's wrong. No, he's kind of stands out in that suit, though we should... Excuse me, is something the matter? Are you speaking to me? As a matter of fact, I'm trying to find the owner of this briefcase. Lost briefcase, huh? Where'd you find it? Slow down now, it's not quite accurate to say that I found it or that he lost it. I actually have this exact briefcase, you see. As fate would have it, I bumped into the owner of this one earlier, which led us to mistakenly take each other's. That's ridiculously unlucky. An absurd coincidence. I could scarcely believe it myself. I came back here the moment I realized, hoping he'd do the same, but yet to turn up. That explains things. Regardless, I plan on waiting here for a while longer. Thank you for lending me a friendly ear. Ja, schwarze Partikel ist was anderes als das Konfetti. Ich erinnere mich daran noch in Systeria, das stimmt. Ich habe Systeria zwar nie durchgespielt, aber das mit diesen schwarzen Partikeln weiß ich noch so ganz grob. You offer him or a green? Ja, komm. Ja, also wir müssen einfach den Typen mit dem Koffer finden. So viel Text nur für den Koffer. Okay, da befindet sich im Garnier District der Typ. Oder zumindest irgendjemand. Fresh Juice. Okay. Ich mach das jetzt so schnell mit. Entsprechend Walkthrough, einfach um das hinter mich zu bringen, weil sonderlich engaging würde ich das nicht nennen. Ja, da ist der Koffer. Running Mishi. Okay. Das war jetzt ganz schnell erledigt, glücklicherweise. Noch weitere Quests, die wir jetzt machen müssten hier, oder ist es alles? Oh, sehr schön. Also, versteckte Quest erledigt, jetzt ist alles nur noch Story, richtige. Gott sei Dank. Der Rest des Kapitels. Was wir jetzt machen müssen, ist alles abklappern hier, alle möglichen roten Ausrufezeichen. What the fuck? Was machst du denn hier?
Woohoo! I'm on a roll!
Crow ist einfach mal hier.
I can almost taste that grand prize.
Crow?
Ah, hey guys! How's that field study coming along?
Oh, it's going fine.
Das Gleichgewicht ist wiederhergestellt, ja.
But why are you here?
Oh, you don't know? Classes don't run back at the academy during the summer festival. So I came here to squeeze as much fun as possible out of this fortuitous bit of free time.
Meaning...
The summer races, of course.
Wait, you came all the way here to bet money on horse racing? We're minors! We're not allowed to place bets?
Do I look like a lawbreaker to you? There's a magazine that's running a prize contest for the summer races. You send in your predictions, and if you're spot on, you win a really fancy prize.
So you came all the way to the capital just to check on that?
If only we all had such boundless energy.
All right, time for some serious praying to the goddess. I'll leave the money here, okay?
Thank you very much. Come back anytime.
Anyway, I'm heading over to the cathedral over in the Sankt district.
Sankt district. Du wird's aus.
Peace.
Thanks.
Come on, goddess. Let me win that prize.
That seems a rather pedestrian thing to pray for.
So irresponsible.
That's Crow for you.
Yep, das ist so ziemlich
Looks like
Crow.
there's still places here we haven't explored. Let's go look somewhere else.
Außen wird gehupt. Okay, ja. Bro. Einmal hier. Aber hey, wenn das Sommerfestival halt so ist, dann ist es so. Hm? Ja. Da läuft jemand. Verdächtig. Or something? I thought I sensed someone suspicious. Think it was one of the terrorists? We can typically depend on these instincts at times like these. Might have been my imagination. Lots of people excited for the festival here. Could have been one of them. Either way, that's something we should note in our report. Like Laura said, our instincts tend to be accurate. Your instincts tend to be accurate. Yeah, agreed. That's all there is to investigate on Wainqueer Street. Time to move on to the other areas of the city. Okay, okay, eins, was mir jetzt der Walkthrough auch noch sagt. Um Gottes Willen noch nicht zum Martha Park gehen. Also den müssen wir wirklich als allerletztes machen. Alter Street. Schauen wir einfach, wir gehen einfach mal alles durch. Alter Street hat ein Event anscheinend. Oh. Milton. What's wrong, Milton? Milton. Oh, hi, Elliot. There's a pretty interesting rumor floating around at the moment about someone just vanishing all of a sudden. Say vanishing? Do you know any more details? Oh, caught your interest, I see. I don't know. This is some good stuff. It might be even too juicy to share. Speak up. We'll force it out of you. Oh, right, okay, I get it. Dang, you are scary. So yeah, like I said, someone from one of the apartments around here just straight up vanished. The caretaker came up to check on them this morning and found the room as empty as if no one had ever lived there. Only thing left in there was the key to the room. That's quite the situation. Yeah, especially since they disappeared without even telling anyone. I've never heard of anyone leaving town during the summer festival either. Maybe they had a reason they had to move out so quickly? Do you think this might be related to the terrorists in some way? Sounds like kind of a stretch. Whoa there, you guys seem like you've got some good material. What's this about tearing wrists? Tearing wrists? Come on, fill me in. Don't worry, it's nothing important. There does seem to be some substance behind this rumor, though. Agreed, I think we do well to keep this story in mind. That's all there is to investigate on Alta Street. We should move on to another part of the city. Okay. Garnier District. Hier irgendwas? In der Himmel. Was für ein toller Fantasy-Name. Der Himmel. Oh my, aren't you the military academy students from the other day? Hm? Oh ja. Vita Toilette. Auch nochmal hier. So we meet again. Did you come all the way here just to see me? Miss Clotilde. I don't think we get another chance to meet you. Hello again. Actually, we're here as part of a field study again. We're doing a patrol of the city. Oh, isn't that a shame? I'm glad to see you're all working so hard. I see the two of you were able to make peace too. Christ. How could you notice such a small change when you only met us once 2 days ago? Was I right? I just had a feeling that might be the case. What a woman's intuition. Anyway, have you noticed any significant changes here since we last talked? Well, thanks to you all taking care of the beast, I've been able to truly relax during my stay. I've slept wonderful these past couple nights. But now that you mention it, I did notice a suspicious-looking group of people near the hotel last night. There were 2 of them talking in the back alley near here, hats pulled tightly over their heads. When they noticed me trying to sneak a peek, they panicked and vanished into the night. I did overhear them talking about a plan of some kind, though. A plan? That does seem rather suspicious, although we don't know enough to say for certain. Yeah, it does sound like something you should keep in mind. Thank you for your help. I'm happy to have been. Still, I'd love to stay and talk for a while, but I'm afraid my schedule is a little booked at the moment. Are you busy doing something for the festival? Yes, I was invited by a member of the Imperial family to sing at the banquet being held at the palace tonight. I was actually on my way to rehearse for it. I wish I could go and watch, but I doubt there's a chance of that, obviously. Well, good luck, I wish you all the best. See you. Goodbye. Well, that's a pro for you. When you wish her luck, you're the one who ends up feeling encouraged. Indeed. He never ceases to be surprised. Ihr habt euch bisher 2-mal gesehen. That's all there is to investigate in the Garnier district. Time to move on to one of the other areas. Okay. Post district. And here's the entrance to the underground waterway. What would something like this be doing in a residential area? Especially with all the monsters in it. Das Heimdall. Ja, so ist es halt in Heimdall, da sind einfach Monster. Was will man machen, nicht wahr? They find entrances to underground areas from time to time, but it's not much of cause for concern. Everyone's smart enough to know that they shouldn't go near them. At ease. Nonetheless, everything seems to be in order here. What's wrong, Fee? Notice something? Nothing. Chances are nobody's in there right now. Yes, no. Problem is the footprints we left when we came out yesterday are gone. Uh-oh. And what does that mean? It's likely that someone went in there yesterday after we all came out. Then they erased any evidence that would suggest they had, erasing our footprints in the process. All right? Certain you're not overanalyzing this? Not completely. It doesn't hurt to keep it in the back of our minds, at the very least. Okay? Das ist wichtig zu wissen, glaube ich. Das klingt wirklich unheimlich. Und was hier? Ja, oder?
Sure are more people out than there were yesterday.
Ja, echt überfüllt hier alles, ne? Hier sind 3 Leute, boah. Heilige Scheiße. So überfüllt hier. It sure looks festive today. The Imperial Parade starts here, doesn't it? Der Palast ist immer noch übel übertrieben groß. Das ist... Ja, das finde ich auch. Vielleicht... Hier geht es um Terroristen. Vielleicht sollte man da ein bisschen analysieren. Pretty nuts. Yeah, they've even got special security arrangements for the event. I've heard that the limousines they'll be using have high-quality shielding to stop bullets and explosives too. Es ist ein cooles Design, aber meine Fresse ist das übertrieben riesig. Also jetzt mal ohne Scheiß, das ist... Ich meine, das ist schon irgendwie ganz cool. Kann man ja nicht mehr, kann ich ja nicht sagen, aber Witzka. Yes, you can be too careful with the members of the Imperial family. I've heard much about the skill of those in the Imperial Guard too. Seeing them in person, it appears those stories were all true. They should be able to handle any crisis that may unfold here. Yeah, I think we can rest easy. That's all there is to investigate in Dreyfus Plaza. There's more cities to see, so let's get moving. Den Martha Park, wie gesagt, als letztes. Hallo Jungs. What in Adios' name are we supposed to do now? You're telling me? Oh man. Young folks these days can't count on any of them. Is there some kind of problem here? Oh, they're those students from yesterday. As a matter of fact, we do have a bit of a problem on our hands right now. What kind of problem? Well, it's nothing you'd need to worry about. But last night a bunch of our younger workers up and quit. Like that. Was wir in der Cutscene ja schon gesehen haben, als sie sich hier am Hafen getroffen haben. Scheinbar waren diese Arbeiter einfach nur heimlich die Mitglieder dieser Terroristenvereinigung. Terrororganisation auch genannt. Und jetzt, wo der Plan läuft, ist es denen scheißegal, was mit hier den Arbeiten passiert. Also hauen die ab und gehen ihrer eigentlichen Arbeit nach. Most of them hadn't been here more than half a year. They just started getting used. Really, they just started really getting used to the work too. Now, thanks to that, our schedule's been thrown all out of whack. And that is a significant problem. Is there anything we might be able to lend a hand with? Nah, this one's all on us. We should be able to fix our own problems after all. If they were gonna quit, they could have at least stuck around long enough to train their replacements. I'll bet they all got caught up in the festival hoopla and just decided to cut out of work altogether. Is it too much to ask for a few hands who appreciate a good day's work? Something about this sounds kind of fishy. Ja, natürlich, wir sind am Hafen. I get that people would be all excited about the summer festival, but have to quit their jobs? The timing does seem suspicious. Yeah, let's keep this in the back of our minds for now. That's all there is to investigate here. Time to move on to one of the other areas. Okay, ich glaube, wir haben jetzt alles abgegrast, oder? Wir waren am Dreyfus Plaza, Ostdistrict, Garnier District. Oh. Wir müssen nochmal zum Garnier District zurück. Denn jetzt ist was ganz, ganz Seltsames. Ich habe ja gesagt, wir sollten nicht zum Martha Park gehen. Direkt. Denn was wir jetzt machen müssen, ist den unterirdischen Weg zum Martha Park nehmen. Allem Anschein nach. Also, wir haben alles jetzt. So, Plaza Bifrost. In Banquet Street. Alto Street waren wir mit Milton. Palast und Dreyfus Plaza waren wir. Dann Berto im Heimdall. Eingang zum unterirdischen im Ostdistrikt. Dann der Himmel, da waren wir ja gerade. Okay, ja, also wir müssen jetzt hier lang nochmal gehen. Halt, nee, halt, ah. War aber ganz falsch. Hm. Ja, genau. Also das ist wirklich seltsam. Also hier bekommt man auch was für. Bisweilen. Und zwar 2 extra AP, die wir sonst nicht bekommen würden. Und das ist echt seltsam gerade. Ja, wegen dieser Cutscene. Well, here we are back in Mata Park. It still feels weird using the underground passage to get here. The atmosphere is really different than it was just the other day though. This area seems to be extremely well guarded. The soldiers patrolling the park appear to be from the Heimdall military police. It looks like the Imperial Guard from Valflame Palace is in charge of security for the Crystal Garden itself, though. I imagine security is going to be airtight, considering the garden's party is going to be held there. Yeah, especially with Princess Elfin in attendance. This level of security is probably standard when it comes to members of the Imperial family. That makes this a bit of a problem then, right? What are you doing over there? Stimmt. Natürlich, jetzt wissen natürlich auch die Wachen, dass es diesen Geheimgang gibt. Und das könnte natürlich ein Sicherheitsproblem darstellen, generell dieser Geheimgang. How did you manage to slip through our security? Where did you come from? Seem to regard us as intruders. Looks like we found a little hole in their security. I don't think this is the time to pat ourselves on the back. Yeah, we're probably going to need to explain what happened. See, so you're students from the military academy, are you? But there's a secret passage over here all along, and it extends into the underground tunnels as well. There's no records of this at all. We discovered it purely by coincidence during our field study. However, it's certainly not implausible that it might be used by unsavory groups to breach security. We'll station some of our men at this area at once. I hate to admit it, but you've already helped us bring this to our attention. You have my thanks. Warum willst du das nicht zugeben wollen? Sei doch einfach dankbar. Arsch. Think nothing of it. We're just happy to be of assistance. Looks like this area should be fine now. Yeah, let's move on to somewhere else. He increased by 2. So, und jetzt müssen wir hier hin. Okay. Oh, hi Patrick. I thought I smelled something familiar. Hey, isn't that... Oh, Patrick, you're here too? But of course, I did receive a personal invitation to the garden party after all. I see you're all tied up with your field study and whatever you call them. Even on such a fine day. Souls really does get under my... I've gotten used to it already. You alone today? I was under the impression that your butler, Celestine, always attends you, but I don't see him today. It's true he's often at my side, but I spend plenty of time on my own as well. Don't take me for one of those useless nobles that can hardly lace his boot without his butler's help. I always got the impression his butler was there more to keep an eye on him. You say something. Me? Of course not. Well, I wouldn't want to get in your way. I'm sure they have you running all kinds of menial errands. Meanwhile, I intend to introduce myself to Princess Elfin. Try not to be too jealous now. Ja, wir hatten gestern mit ihr Tee getrunken. Now, if you'll excuse me. I can't say I'm all that jealous, considering all that time we spent talking with her yesterday. She even invited Reen to be her dance partner. You know, after seeing that, I can't even bring myself to be irritated by him anymore. Anyway, now that we've exposed the hole in their security, this area should be relatively safe from terrorist tampering. Terrorist tampering. Sehr schöne Alliteration. Yeah, I think it's time to move on to another area. Ja. Leave the area and the time of the game will move. Ist glaube ich egal, was wir nehmen. Genau. Wir mussten einfach nur das Areal verlassen. This is Class 7 Group A Reinforcer speaking. Hey, it's Sarah. Give me an update. Understood. Oh, she sounds way more serious than you, though. What are the results? I see. Something sounds off, alright. So, judging by Fee's reactions, it doesn't sound like the terrorists are wandering the streets. We haven't seen anything that would lead us to believe so. I think there's something happening behind the scenes, though. We just can't be sure what it is. Keep sharpening that instinct of yours, it'll prove invaluable to you. It's almost time for the Imperial family's limousines to head out from Belflame Palace to their respective events. Crown Prince Cedric will be going to Heimdall Cathedral in the northwest. Princess Elphin is headed to Mata Park in the northeast. And Prince Olivert will be going to Heimdall Racetrack in the southwest. Die verteilen sich ja komplett. Prince Olivert got an extremely capable bodyguard with him though, so I'm not as worried about him. I've tasked Group B with looking after the Crown Prince, so I'd like you to keep an eye on Princess Elphin. Just make sure she gets to the garden party safely. After that, you can resume your patrol. Understood, we'll head to Mata Park at once. Da waren wir doch gerade schon. Get the instructor. Marching orders. You guessed it, the limousine carrying Princess Elphin is about to leave Flame Palace. Our mission is to make sure she gets to the garden party safely. We should get to Mata Park as soon as possible then. We can follow the main street. Alright, as soon as we're ready, let's head to Mata Park. Da waren wir doch gerade eben noch. Because the main story, ja, wir haben nichts anderes zu tun. Da sind dicke Tore. Wow. Die beiden schon wieder. It's quite nice to be out and about like this once in a while. Though it would have been even nicer if you'd gotten dolled up. Just think. We would look so adorable making our debut together at the garden party, wouldn't we? I wish you'd think a little more before you say something like that. We may be friends, but I'm still just a Baron's daughter. Can't very well go around equating my appearance at the party with that of the Imperial Princess. Debut or otherwise. So old-fashioned, Elise. Both the national and local governments are headed by commoners now. Times have changed, or is it that you're still annoyed that I asked your brother to the dance? The dance. Maybe I really should Should invite him to be my dance partner next year. Your Highness, please, that's enough. Oh, come on. Sorry, Elise. It seems there's still a ray of hope for you. After all, it doesn't look like he has a girlfriend at the time. Ja, als ob er Elise nehmen würde. Dann dafür. Die ist seine Schwester, verdammt nochmal. Hört auf mit diesem Mist. Ich will das gar nicht vorlesen, um ehrlich zu sein. Weigere mich, sowas vorzulesen. Ja. Das macht das Ganze noch unangenehmer, dass sie alle irgendwie an Wien. Warum der Applaus? Die laufen nur geradeaus. So Elise is here too. Looks like she came as Princess Elfin's attendant. Oh, those two must be pretty tight. Phrasing. The princess really looks the part though. Indeed, that dress of Imperial Crimson suits her wonderfully. I'm starting to feel jealous of Patrick after all. Alright, looks like this area is under control. Let's go grab something for lunch and do another sweep of it. I'd be totally okay if nothing out of the ordinary happened today. Ja, same. Hier sind Terroristen unterwegs. Dass da nicht mal nichts passiert, wäre wirklich schön. Lunch. Ja, stimmt natürlich. Das ist halt das was mit dem Adel, ne? Wenn sie dich erwischen, dass du nicht applaudierst, hast du danach keine Hände mehr zum Applaudieren wahrscheinlich. Ja, komm, beeil dich. But no matter how hard they searched, nothing seemed amiss. Finally, Group A made their way towards Drakel's Plaza, where traffic had previously been restricted. Nur 40. PM. I imagine most of the ceremonies around the capital are finished up about now. So Princess Elfin and the others won't be coming back until later this evening, right? Yeah, the ceremony itself ends soon, but there's a social event afterwards that lasts until this evening. It seems that this is likely the time that many will begin to let their guard down then. Uh-huh. Perfect time for terrorists to make their move. Really hope you're just this. So do I, but at the very least we need to remain vigilant until the day is over. Okay, the traffic restrictions have been lifted now, so let's walk around the plaza. Okay, hier gibt es irgendjemanden namens Tim. Den ich wohl aufsuchen soll. Tim? Bist du Tim? Du bist Tim. Red Moon Rose, Kapitel 9. Die Red Moon Rose. Oh oh. Oh oh oh. Mir fehlt Kapitel 7. Wer liest das alles? Mal so nebenbei. Scheiße, mir fehlt Kapitel 7. Da muss ich schauen, dass ich das irgendwie einen anderen Weg bekomme. Ach, da oben, okay. Oh hey, ihr zwei. Schau mal da an.
Toa, Angelica.
Oh, I didn't expect to meet all of you here.
Es ist, glaube ich, ein Roman in Universe, genau. Es ist nicht wirklich wichtig, dass ich alle sammle. Ich glaube, es gibt einfach nur eine Trophäe dafür, wenn man alle Kapitel sammelt, aber irgendwie hatte ich einfach Bock, die dann doch mal zu sammeln.
Well, isn't this a coincidence?
President Herschel?
Ob sie wirklich lesbisch ist, also mit Semi eindeutig ja, aber es gibt Andeutungen, dass sie vielleicht nicht hundertprozentig lesbisch ist. Also.
We certainly weren't expecting to encounter the two of you out here.
Huh? Looks like the goddess herself brought us together. And now that she's granted us this chance, what do you two say we...
I'm afraid we'll have to decline. We have our field study to attend to.
What she said. Lame.
Will she ever learn?
Looks like those rumors about her were true.
Did you ride your orbital bike all the way here?
Yeah, you can make it from Trista to here in 40 minutes on a good day. So I plopped Toa on the back of the seat and off we went.
It almost seems like a metallic horse.
It's pretty cool. Angie's not the most careful driver, so it wasn't exactly what I'd call a leisure cruise. I really love the festival atmosphere, though. I just wish I could enjoy it without the threat of a terrorist attack hanging over us.
Oh, sie weiß Bescheid.
Wait, how do you know about that?
Did Instructor Sarah tell you?
Yep, I've been helping out a little with your field studies, too. Yesterday, I was the one who passed on the governor's request to Instructor Sarah, for example. I got pretty worried when I heard about terrorists, so Angie and I decided to see what was happening.
I see.
It appears you've done much for us without us even realizing it.
Thanks. It's nothing really. I'm not doing any of the heavy lifting.
Och Mensch, Dora.
Oh? I thought you were helping with all the paperwork and travel arrangements so everything runs smoothly. And that you're the liaison for our contacts in every region because Instructor Sarah keeps slacking off.
Arme Dora.
Seriously?
I swear, just when I'd started thinking she was better than we were giving her credit for.
Yeah, that's a little much, even for her.
It's fine. Really. I'm sure she's got lots of stuff on her plate. Anyway, I heard you guys got to meet the princess. I'm so jealous. I wish I could have met her too.
We could hardly believe we met her ourselves.
She really does look kinda angelic.
If I'd only shown up earlier and tagged along with you.
Princess Alphen's beauty is definitely one of our national treasures. But your
Wieder so eine
sister's
awkward
quite the
Unterhaltung hier.
I hope I get a chance to meet Elise again someday too.
Das machst du nur, wenn du von Reen in 2 Hälften geschnippelt werden willst, glaube ich.
Actually, she's attending the garden party as Princess Alphen's attendant right now.
Ich weiß nicht, was Toa gerade hat. Ob sie einen Crush auf Elfen hat oder einfach nur eine Prinzessin mal sehen wollte.
Really? Oh, if only I could get Princess Alphen, Elise, and Fee together in the same place.
Steht auf jüngere Mädchen anscheinend. Macht das Ganze noch schlimmer.
We could call them the...
Don't look now, but I think you're being co-opted into some sketchy-sounding group.
Sounds good to me.
Wie? Sag das nicht laut.
If I'd known this was gonna happen, I would have listened to my father and attended that party after all. But no, I couldn't have. I couldn't spoil my Oh! I could have worn a tuxedo instead. Why didn't I think of that earlier?
Angie? Maybe you're putting a little too much thought into this.
Hey, the gang's all here.
Hey, Crow. Rette uns bitte vor Angelika.
Oh, we didn't know you were here either.
Fancy running into you.
Yeah.
You said you were going to the summer races, didn't you?
How'd the main race go?
Don't ask.
No, er hat
Who could
verloren.
have guessed that Black Prince would come from behind in a burst of speed like that? And then Lumberblitz barely squeezing past into second. There's no way anyone could ever see an upset like that coming.
Oh, I
Lumberblitz.
guess I won with those 4 to 5 odds. Glad I decided to pony up some cash for that after all.
Wait, you're the one who won the special prize? Oh, stop feeling up lady luck, would you?
You're just sore because I've got better karma than you.
Angie really does have scarily good luck with stuff like this.
Sounds like the bell's chiming 3 o'clock.
Guess that means all the ceremonies must be wrapping up.
Perhaps we should make another round of our patrol areas, just to be safe.
That seems like a sound idea.
Yeah, we should get back to our patrols. It was good to see you, everyone.
Okay, take care out there.
Huh? Back to work already?
I've got my Arcus with me, so just give me a ring if anything happens.
Will do.
Ja, Glück im Spiel, Pech in der Liebe. Bei ihr ist das, glaube ich, weniger Liebe als nur einfach Wollust.
Huh? What's wrong?
It feels almost as though...
Die Hunden springen über. Und
My
fliegen
guess
über.
would be there's been an increase in the water pressure.
Yeah, this must be...
Is it some kind of festival attraction?
I don't think so.
Wow, das haut gleich mal die Gullideckel hoch. Das ist scheiße gefährlich. Die Gullideckel sind schwer. Wenn das einen trifft, dann ist mal erledigt.
This must be the terrorists.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Warum bist du so ruhig?
Angie, Crow, give me a hand. We need to evacuate everyone. The military police have their hands full. We need to handle this ourselves.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's all...
No, we've got this. You have something else you need to take care of. Something important.
More important than this?
What do you mean?
Ja, welche Überraschung.
Mater Park.
So this is just a diversion?
I'd bet on it.
Oh. Krokodile. Wie Nachbarsjunge früher immer gesagt hat, als er ein Kind war. Krokodile. What should we do? They look like they need help. Hilf ihm doch. We catch us abandoned our house in times like this. We need to contact the RMP. Okay. You're the military academy students working with the railway police, right? Those look just like the creatures we fought in the underground passage yesterday. What are they doing roaming around on the surface? There are quite a few, but the soldiers should be able to keep them at bay. It won't be easy, though. What was that? It came from within the Crystal Garden. Are those attending the garden party in danger? It wasn't an explosion, it sounded more like something collapsed. This isn't looking good. Yeah, I know. Ja, dann los geht's. Komm. Wow!
What?
Ja, teilweise schon, ne? Oh. Elise und Elfin werden entführt. Warum? Bei Elfin kann ich ja verstehen, aber Elise?
Good day, Your Excellency. I do hope you'll forgive me for showing up to this party without an invitation. You. Truth be told, I have no real qualms with you, personally. However, you are a willing collaborator with the man we loathe. So I'm afraid that makes you guilty by association.
You are a willing collaborator with the man we loathe. Also der Kanzler Gilead Osborne? Geht's um den?
I figured that's what you were after. Let those girls go. They have nothing to do with this.
Your Excellency!
I'm afraid we just can't do that. After all, they've yet to play their biggest part. That of your faction's most shameful failure. Oh, but fear not. I have no intention of taking their lives.
Elise!
Ja, Elise entführen ist, glaube ich, die schlechteste Idee, die du haben kannst, wenn Reen in der Nähe ist.
What are you doing here?
You made it.
Dad, are you alright?
The brats from Thor's. So you've come to meddle in our affairs again, have you? Not this time, I'm afraid. I won't allow you to interfere.
Is he controlling those beasts?
So that's how those monsters came to be running around out here.
Rain! Be careful!
Elise! Your Highness!
You!
My, I can certainly tell when I'm not wanted. I suppose we'll just have to leave then. Go, my beasts! Strip them to the bone!
We're not going to lose to a couple of these things!
2 large monsters. Combat pattern analysis complete.
All right, let's take them down.
Okay.
Mensch, auch mal ein Kampf hier. Au!
All right, let's do this.
Üble Drama Queen, der Junge, ja. Die Musik nicht.
Give it up, everyone!
Okay.
Ja, eine Flash-Grenade wäre vielleicht keine schlechte Idee. Mal gucken, ob wir die erblinden lassen können.
Of course.
Movement bringt, glaube ich, auch nicht.
No escape.
Au. Haha.
I'll handle it.
Komm, ich mache so lange weiter, bis sie erblindet sind. Einer ist eingeschlafen zumindest. Ich beide mit dem Arc-Slash erwischt? Sache. Die halten schon ein bisschen was aus, aber schlimm ist es jetzt erstmal nicht. Sorry, Laura. Au. Mal wieder zurück. Der Resounding Beat ist... Machen wir mal einen Gale. Okay.
An opening.
Okay.
Versuchen wir mal den Skat Ripper, mal gucken, ob er irgendwas bringt. Ein bisschen was. Hihi.
I'll handle it.
Und noch eine Flash Grenade.
Here.
Blue dabei. Einschlafen tut ja niemand, glaube ich, ne?
An opening. Right. Off guard.
Ow.
My turn. Here we go. Got it. Follow me, Elliot. Okay.
Here we go. All right.
Ich motiviere noch mal eine Runde.
Yeah, leave it to me.
I'll handle it. Here.
Flash Grenade.
Right.
Weil wir schon mal dabei sind, nochmal ein Resounding Beat.
Right.
Noch ein Brilliant Spin.
No escape.
Ow.
My turn.
Gale. Voll Gale, das Ganze.
An opening.
My
Ist
turn.
tot und der Rest kriegen wir so erledigt, glaube ich.
Right.
So.
All right, let's keep going.
Level Ups, sehr schön. Hydro Cannon gleich 2 Stück. Und so viele Sepp.
All right.
Success.
An A+ outcome.
We must pursue them at once. There's no time to rest.
Dad, you're bleeding. This little scratch? Nothing to worry about. But never mind me. Her Highness is in danger. Please, go after her.
All right.
Wait. Take me with you too.
Warum?
Patrick? No. I need you to stay and protect everyone who's still here.
Those monsters are still roaming around outside, and the governor is wounded.
But... Please, if you're here, at least I can go knowing my father is in safe hands.
Fine, I'll stay.
That's settled then.
Let us give chase then.
Your Excellency, please let the Railway Military Police know what's happening as soon as you can.
You can count on it.
Okay. Hatte nicht vor, jetzt einfach zurückzurennen. Oder eigentlich nur mich ein bisschen umschauen. Was ist jetzt hier los? This is one of the passages. Is this one of the passages beneath the city? Looks like it, and judging by the direction it leads, I don't think it's an area we've been to before. I don't sense any traps. So, range was speaking. It's me, Sarah. The governor told me about what happened. Give me a full update on the situation. Our targets are Gideon and 2 other armed terrorists. They've abducted Princess Elfin and the Lys, and we're pursuing them through an underground tunnel as we speak. We're doing all we can to catch up with them. Understood. I'm making my way there as fast as I can, and I've got the RMP in tow. Keep up your pursuit. Try to stall them until we get there if you can. But don't do anything that would put the hostages in danger. Their safety is our top priority. Got it. Right, let's hurry. Los geht's. Ach nein, erstmal Cutscene. Ja, komm, beeile. Das ist doch mal ein Auto. We'll be arriving in 10 minutes. Until then, all we can do is hope that they can pursue the terrorists on their own. I hate to admit it, but I doubt there's anything else we can do right now. I'm glad to see the RMP living up to the sterling reputation, though. It sounds like you guys handled the attacks at the racetrack and the cathedral like seasoned pros. Das liegt daran, weil sie auch Profis sind. Well, none of the Imperial Guardsmen was stationed in those areas. We did receive invaluable assistance from Group B. You could just accept the compliment when it's given, you know. So, how much of an idea did you have that the terrorists' real target was going to be the garden party? I'll bet you had more than just a hunch, but that orbital calculator you've got for a brain. With that orbital calculator you've got for a brain, right, Miss? I estimated the chances at roughly 40%. Targeting the garden party would make the biggest spectacle after all. I believe their aim is to harm the reformist's public image, which means Her Highness should be... Okay, das ist natürlich auch jetzt wichtig zu wissen. Die wollen die Reformisten schlecht aussehen lassen. Das heißt, diese Terroristen könnten gut angeheuert sein oder auf der Seite sein von den Adligen. Was natürlich auch Sinn machen würde, wenn die Vermutung richtig ist, dass als Gideon gesagt hat, the man we so loathe, also den Mann, den wir so sehr hassen, dass Gouverneur Regnitz damit eben diesem Mann zusammenarbeitet, was Vermutung naheliegen lässt, dass es sich dabei um den Kanzler Gideon Osborne handelt, welcher der Anführer der Reformisten ist. Also, diese Terroristengruppe scheint auf der Seite der Adligen zu sein. Unfortunately, I can't be so certain about that girl with her. That's well, we probably never see eye to eye.
Those damn terrorists!
Elise, Princess Alphen, please be safe.
Hostile spotted. Beginning combat.
My turn.
Diving Ananta.
Hi.
Okay. Ja.
Machen wir mal eine dämonische Sense. Hey, warum haust du daneben?
Here we go.
Oh.
Analyzing
Und dann
enemy
noch den
attack
Detektor.
I've got it.
Ich glaube weniger, dass es darum geht, Jeroboam zu zersplittern, sondern einfach die Reformisten zu vernichten.
Evil will fall
Das war ein
before my
Deathblow.
blade.
Weil es hieß ja schon direkt, dass die Terroristen den Gideon Osborne wirklich
We
hassen.
have nothing to fear.
Was dann natürlich die Frage ist,
Here we go.
warum? Zum anderen würde das dann schon deutlich machen, dass die wirklich direkt einfach die Reformisten-Fraktion komplett zerstören wollen.
An opening.
My turn.
My turn. Huh?
My turn.
Here we go.
Warum hast du jetzt schon wieder verfehlt?
Got it.
I'll bed you up. Right. All right, let's keep going.
Hier? Where are we? Sieht echt unheimlich aus hier. Catacombs. Catacomben. Okay. Really creepy. No idea a place like this exists beneath the capital. It appears to be a catacomb built during the Dark Age. Oh, they definitely came this way. Ein bisschen, ja. And I don't think it was that long ago. Alright, you can tell from their footprints. Okay, then we just need to stop heading this way. We need to keep heading this way. Follow me. Ja, komm. Immer wieder dasselbe. Jeder muss noch mal was sagen. Everything is proceeding just as I planned. If we can make it out of these tunnels, we will have achieved all we set out to accomplish here. Alright. Not bad for our first mission. What are you people planning? Just what do you hope to accomplish by abducting us? Doesn't appear that you're interested in trying to ransom me back from my father for money. I ask that you remain patient for just a short while longer, Your Highness. We are but humble patriots who respect and honor the traditions and values of our country. Okay. We would never do anything to bring harm to one of the bloodlines that symbolizes that very nation. Ja, okay, also die scheinen wirklich Royalisten zu sein. You sound just like... Don't misunderstand me. We feel no sense of brotherhood with the aristocracy. Okay, also doch nicht. The vast majority among us are of common birth, myself included. However, there is a certain man among you whom I'm afraid we simply cannot allow to remain alive. Who do you mean? If that's what you want, then let Her Highness go. If you need a hostage you can injure, I should be enough. Please. Oh, what is your name, little one? Serving as Her Highness's attendant, I assume you must be of high social standing, no? Please Schwarzer, daughter of Theo Schwarzer, lord of the northern region of Emir. I may not be of a particularly high rank, but I am still of noble birth. If you need a hostage, use me instead. Ja genau, weil natürlich Prinzessin Alphen absolut nicht wertvoll genug ist für eine Geisel, ne? Wer braucht denn schon sowas? Well, aren't you a fascinating young lady? We seem to have picked up quite the unexpected gambit. Now, how shall we use it? Besten gar nicht. Gut. Celestial Balm X. Das ist ein sehr starker Wiederbelebungs-Item. Ach du meine Güte, was habt ihr denn?
I welcome all challengers.
Okay.
First sculpture.
Here.
Go! All right, let's do this!
Yeah, understood. My turn. Analyzing enemy attack patterns. Analysis complete.
A devil said to have existed since the Dark Ages. With its spread wings, it's a symbol of fear. Okay.
Of course.
Halten ja gar nichts aus.
Shatter. Now.
Ich dachte, die hätten jetzt irgendwie mehr HP gehabt. Au!
Here we go. Now.
I'll pick you up.
Careless.
Here we go.
Okay, also die halten nichts aus, aber austeilen können sie.
Thanks.
My turn. Keep it up, everyone.
Of course.
Okay, wir müssen dieses Verbrennen entfernen.
Thanks.
Too slow. Okay.
This looks bad. Keep it up, everyone!
My turn.
You have my thanks.
My turn.
This could be bad. Shatter! Off guard.
Go! There!
Wir hatten zwar nichts ausgehalten, aber austeilen konnten sie. Iron.
I did it! All right!
I've only just been
Success.
I did it!
Schön nochmal ein Level-Up davor zu haben. It was scary. There seemed to be some strange force at work, making things difficult for us during the fight. The way they appeared was weird too. Like they were waiting to ambush us. Perhaps it was due to that man Gideon's power? Or rather, the flute he holds? Yeah, that flute seems to give off some potent vibes. I've heard that some powerful relics from antiquity are still around. Wonder if that's one of those artifacts. Well, we're going to have to deal with it one way or another. Gott sei Dank ist hier was zum Ausruhen. Und können wir noch ein paar Slots jetzt vielleicht öffnen? Ich glaube, wir haben noch einen oder zwei Slots übrig, die wir öffnen. Sind alle Slots offen. Mensch. Kannst du noch mal bekommen? Gift. Ja, von mir aus. Du bekommst... Phobia. Ja, von mir aus. Aufbessern. Haben wir schon alle, ne? Ja. Okay. Dann was steht uns jetzt bevor?
It's far enough.
What?
Shit.
Hey, nicht fluchen. Wir sind ein familienfreundlicher Stream.
Show's over. Let Her Highness and Elise go.
Considering all that you've done, I can't say I'd be entirely comfortable letting you go free.
But if you release them, we might be willing to consider it.
Damn kids.
It's 5 against 3. You've got no chance. And fleeing while trying to carry 2 hostages? I don't think that'll work out too well for you.
So, would you please just let them go?
Impressive. Very impressive.
Ja, das Problem ist, das sind immer Terroristen hier. Einfach so abhauen tun die nicht
I
wahrscheinlich.
had no idea Thors was educating such gifted students.
Save it. Look, we can keep this stalemate going all day, or you can release them. It's up to you. But I'm warning you, if there's so much as a scratch on either of them, you'll wish the police found you before I did.
Green is pissed.
You.
Rain. Rain.
Rain.
Very well. We surrender. I'm not so proud that I can't see when we have no chance of victory.
Then...
So you'll let them go?
Absolutely. If you can defeat him, that is.
Him?
Do it.
Son of
A volatile anesthetic?
Fear not. I simply thought it best they sleep for a short while. After all, this is hardly a sight fit for the eyes of such innocent maidens.
Damn it!
Another monster? What the?
A howl?
This roar.
Oh ja, da liegt noch mal ein Drachengerippe rum. Mensch. War auch so leicht zu übersehen, nicht? Ja, das könnte ein Problem werden. Zoro Agruga. Gesundheit.
What the hell is that?
Ding im Intro? Ich erinnere mich an das Intro jetzt gar nicht.
It's a...
Ist aber gut möglich.
Bone dragon?
Wir sind leicht im Arsch.
The might of the demonic flute! An artifact capable of holding even the shadow that reigned over Heimdall during the Dark Ages in its throne. Now, I'll have you delay your journey to perdition no longer. Farewell, dear ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
There's no way we can take on that thing.
What are we gonna do?
I can't estimate its strength. Or even the best way to fight it.
Green ist es scheißegal, der macht einfach.
We're not just going to roll over and die here. If you think back on how much we've grown just during this field study, there's no way this thing is going to take us down.
Ja, du willst immer noch mit deiner Rede halten hier, wie immer.
My blade is ready.
Too impetuous to know when you're beaten, are you? Go, Dark Tyrant! Bring down the merciless hammer of judgment upon these hapless fools!
Dann machen wir das doch.
A worthy adversary.
My turn. Here.
Flasche dir mal eine Granate.
Here we go.
Hi.
All right, let's do this.
Leave it to me.
Willkommen hier bei Brain Clubber.
My turn.
Also bei Brain Clubber. Willkommen Brain Clubber hier bei uns. Lange nicht gehört voneinander.
Give it up, everyone.
My turn. Off guard.
Okay, was machst du? Okay, du machst
My turn.
das. Wir beschleunigen uns mal eine Runde. Jetzt heißt es erstmal wirklich eine Runde einfach buffen.
Here we go. All right, let's do this.
Natürlich ist jetzt das Problem, dass ich ihn hier wahrscheinlich nicht aufhalten kann, ne?
Give it up, everyone.
Oder kann der Scudripper?
Here we go.
Nee. Doch, das hat ihn aufgehalten. Sehr schön.
Shatter! I'll handle it.
Go!
Impede dich mal eine Runde.
My turn.
My turn.
Backdown würde ich mal.
I've got it.
Das dürfen wir nicht vergessen.
My turn.
Okay.
There. Go. Laura.
Nix ist.
Understood.
I'll handle it. Here we go.
Okay, bis jetzt geht's gut voran.
Right. Shatter. Off guard.
Vergiftet haben wir ihn auch noch. Solange du immer nur versuchst zu zaubern, ist das in Ordnung. Weil so kann man dich immer wieder aufhalten vom Zaubern.
Give it up, everyone.
Immer den Autumn Leaf Cutter. Und du kommst einfach zu nix.
Here we go.
Können die Leute einfach nochmal ein bisschen weiter beschleunigen hier.
Go.
Right.
Du Lullaby, einfach mal zum Einschlafen hier.
I'll handle it.
Here we go. There.
My turn.
Er kommt einfach zu nix.
Shatter.
Merkt ihr es? Er versucht ständig zu zaubern, aber sobald ich immer wieder...
Right.
Irgendwas, was CP erhöht, was ich jetzt hier einsetzen könnte. Ja.
Oh, that's good.
Ja, das bittere Sandwich
My
ist
turn.
übel lecker, ne?
Here we go. Got it.
I'll bet you up. Good night.
My turn.
Hat er uns jetzt ein einziges Mal auch nur in den gesamten Kampf Schaden gemacht?
We'll cut our own path.
Haben wir jetzt den Unscathed? Ja, wir haben keinen Schaden bekommen über den gesamten Kampf. Wow. Besser hätte dieser Kampf nicht laufen können. Das ist richtig krass gerade.
I did it!
Done.
An A+ outcome.
Ja, schon ein bisschen, ne?
Impossible.
V!
Roger. Ah!
Voll die geile Animation des Sprungs.
What? You damned... What?
Yeah!
Nächstes war mehr mit der Flöte. Die ist flöten gegangen.
No. The demonic flute.
Let's check and mate.
Whew, that was a tough one.
What's our plan, Comrade G?
You vile...
Comrade G? I am fully prepared to lay down my life for our cause. It is not death I fear. But this operation is too important to leave even a corpse behind. I'm afraid I must do what needs to be done. Even if that means harming a member of the Imperial family.
I think it's about time we came out to play.
So? Oh, wo bist du? Oh, hallo.
What the?
Who are... Oh my. Aren't you a quick little kitty?
Hallo?
Just my type.
Oh.
That's the Sylphid I know.
Dass dir das gefällt mit der Augenklappe, war mir schon klar irgendwie.
Comrade
Da konnte ich mir schon denken.
Comrade V?
Ah, you came for us. Oh, what a relief. Now we can...
These must be...
We're terrorists.
I seem to recall specifically telling you to leave this operation to me. But I can't say I'm unhappy you decided to check in.
Sorry, boss. But if you got yourself caught here, we would have been off to a pretty bad start.
I do apologize for cutting in, but we figured it was for the best. Comrade C decided to join us too.
And so I have.
Ach ja, Darth Vader ist auch da.
A mask.
Comrade C, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Did my planning for this operation seem that flawed to you?
On the contrary, it was almost perfect. But no plan is completely foolproof. One must always factor in unpredictable elements. As the ladies and gentlemen of Class 7 here have demonstrated so brilliantly.
How does he know who we are?
Who are you?
We have already fulfilled our primary objective. Courting dishonor by harming a member of the Imperial family will gain us nothing now. Do you not agree?
No, you're right. Release them.
Elliot, Machias, I'm leaving the two of them to you.
Okay.
Got it.
Das alles werden noch diese Drachenknochen hier rumliegen.
There, a gesture of goodwill, in the hopes that we may yet resolve this without bloodshed. What say you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7? Will you stand aside and let us leave peacefully?
Like hell we will.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, als ob.
You abducted the Imperial Princess and an innocent girl. Drugged them.
What Erebonian would stand idly by in the face of such an outrage?
It's 5 against 6.
Also wenn das in Deutschland passieren würde, wäre mir das... Würde ich mich jetzt nicht so in Gefahr begeben für irgendeine Adelsfamilie. Nicht, dass wir in Deutschland sowas hätten, aber...
Guys...
You got guts, kids. I'll give you that.
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind a little roughhousing.
Ooh.
No, it's only right that I be the one to test their mettle. Wielders of the longsword, The great sword, the twin gun swords. Stand and face me. I shall be your opponent.
What?
Think of this as an entertaining way to kill some time. The railway military police are already on their way. Until then, pour out the vessel of your wrath upon me.
Oh, auch noch so eine Drama Queen.
Interesting.
He's awful sure of himself.
Is he serious? There's no way he can win against all three of them.
Ja, wenn er sich schon so sicher ist, dass er gegen die drei gewinnen kann, dann würde ich mal sagen, es steht die Chance gut, dass er da auch gewinnen wird.
Whoa, what kind of weapon is that?
Another relic from the Dark Ages. A double saber.
C.
I am C. That is all you need to know.
Stimmt, er hat wenigstens Stil.
Now,
Muss man da
come
ihm lassen.
if you think you're able. Then allow us to begin.
Ein Bosskampf direkt nach einem anderen.
I'll handle it.
Oh no, you don't! My turn!
Ganz vergessen. Battlescopen. Ja, dann gut, dass du es gesagt hast. Ich hätte es jetzt im Renner auch wirklich vergessen. Okay, der Typ ist Level 60. 187.000 HP. Und gibt keine XP, wenn wir ihn besiegen. Irgendwie habe ich das Gefühl, dass wir ihn nicht besiegen werden. A mysterious masked man who leads the terrorists wields a double saber with immense skill, using varied attacks.
Shatter!
Ja.
My turn.
Go! There!
My turn. My turn.
Aus, aber auch immer daneben.
Of course. Hey!
My turn! Now's our chance!
Ich brauche jetzt einfach nur draufhauen. Also, ich habe ja schon gesagt, den Kampf können wir nicht gewinnen.
Okay.
Deswegen sich jetzt die Mühe zu machen, da jetzt groß zu kämpfen, ist...
That's our C for you.
Ooh, can't deny he's got the brains and the brawn to lead.
What power?
Ja, was für Kraft, die er uns eigentlich nicht gezeigt hat. Eigentlich hätte es jetzt so enden müssen, dass er uns richtig böse in den Arsch tritt, aber das hat er jetzt diesmal nicht
He
gemacht.
might even be as strong as Sarah.
Just who are you people?
From today, you shall know us as the Imperial Liberation Front. In our hearts, the flames of silent anger. In our hands, the hammer of judgment that shall topple the dictator.
Ja, ist keine generelle Beatrix, aber eigentlich hätte man ihn so darstellen sollen, ne? Dass er wirklich richtig nochmal einen Skill einsetzt, dass wir alle irgendwie auf 1 HP reduziert werden, zumindest sowas.
That is our cause, our purpose.
The Imperial Liberation Front?
What dictator?
Freeze, all of you!
Instructor!
Kept just in time.
It appears the time has come to make our exit.
Huh? Is that?
Farewell. I'm sure we'll meet again.
What? A bomb?
See you around.
Ta-ta for now, my little darlings.
Let's see you claw your way out of this grave.
The passage is collapsing! Hurry!
Right!
We couldn't leave Walnut alone.
Green, you carry Her Highness.
Got it.
Whew, that was pretty touch and go back there. But I'm glad to see you all pulled through.
Well, thanks to you, Instructor.
I had my doubts we were going to make it out of that alive.
You could have come a bit sooner.
Sorry. Anyway, there's no way we'll be able to follow them now.
Indeed.
So, the Imperial Liberation Front, is it?
Das ist genau der schlechteste Moment für Prinzessin Elfin aufwachen.
Your Highness, Elise!
Oh, thank goodness. Whatever drug they were given doesn't seem to have had any lasting effects.
I feel like I've caused you all a lot of trouble, but thank you for rescuing me.
I'm just glad that you're safe and unharmed.
What happened?
Are you alright, Your Highness? How are you feeling?
Ja, natürlich ist Laura kräftig genug, um Elise zu tragen. Ich meine, du hast das Schwert gesehen, was sie führen kann.
Reen? I'm fine. You should worry more about your sister.
Looks like the intelligence division was right on the mark. We have a number of the routes back to the surface locked down. Think we could smoke them out?
Personally, I doubt it. This tunnel system is incredibly expansive, with too many areas we know nothing about. Continue the search for a while longer, then focus on restoring order in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll send a report to the other divisions and let them know the situation's been resolved.
So, Imperial Liberation Front, what's your game?
In the end, the Railway Military Police brought the chaos under control, and the first day of the festival came to a close. Despite his injuries, Governor Regnitz kept on top of things, ensuring that the rest of the festival passed by peacefully. The next morning, it was time for us to leave the capital behind and make our way back to Trista.
Übergroße Palast wieder.
I really don't know how to begin thanking you. You've done so much for our family that I doubt we'll ever be able to repay you.
Not at all, Your Highness.
There's nothing to repay us for. We just did what we had to.
Ihr habt doch gar nichts gemacht. Er war gar nicht da.
Oh, come now. There's no need to be so modest. It scares me to think what might have happened if Elise and I had been taken away by those people. So I can't thank you all enough. Please allow me to extend my thanks for your help as well. I'm truly grateful.
Stimmt. Second Reception Hall. Wie viel es wohl davon gibt.
Oh, I'm just glad you're safe.
Group B's efforts were a great help to Cedric and I as well. Thank you again for your assistance in restoring order to the city.
I'm honored, Your Highness.
I'm so glad to have been of service.
Just think of it as returning the favor for your help pushing to make Class 7 a reality. Still, now we've got the Imperial Liberation Front to worry about.
Regrettably. There have been signs they were up to no good behind the scenes before now. That incident in Nord, for example. But now they've finally stepped out of the shadows and announced themselves to the world. They appear to be insurgents in the truest sense of the word, led by several key figures, C being the most prominent. The Intelligence Division is doing its utmost to gather information about these leaders even as we speak.
They struck me as rather mysterious in some ways. Even though they abducted us, they rarely showed the kind of maliciousness one would expect from terrorists. It seemed more like they were in the grip of some kind of intense passion. True. Not that it excuses abducting your highness like they did.
An intense passion, you say?
It did seem that way.
In our hearts, the flames of silent anger. In our hands, the hammer of judgment that shall topple the dictator. That's what their leaders said when they made their appearance.
Indeed. All the ham-handed theatrics of a middle school play.
Danke, dass du es gesagt hast, Just. Genau dasselbe war, aber ich bin nämlich auch gerade.
Yeah. You can tell how gleeful he must have been to say the flames of silent anger in front of an audience.
Well, it's no mystery what they're referring to, at least.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't miss you.
Ach ja, der andere Prinz ist ja auch noch da.
Isn't that... Is he?
Dad's with him too.
Oh, I'm glad you made it, Cedric!
Just in time, too.
Your Highness?
Did you come all this way just to bid us farewell?
Ja, vielleicht ein bisschen on the nose, ne?
Of course. After all you've done for us, I thought it was the least I could do. Ah, is this the rest of Class 7?
Sieht ja nett aus. Aber dich kennen wir ja
It's a pleasure to
schon.
meet you. My name is Cedric Rice Arner. I wanted to thank you for coming to my sister's aid in her time of need.
Hat euch auch gefallen, dass Olivers roter Klamotten röter sind als die anderen roten Klamotten hier?
Allow me to extend to you my most heartfelt appreciation.
You're too generous, Your Highness.
The honor was ours.
Thank you, Your Highness.
This is the Crown Prince. He's pretty cute.
Fee?
I certainly wouldn't mind if he took a few lessons in manliness from the gentlemen of Class 7, though.
Alphen, come on.
I think that's a little harsh, Your Highness.
Well, you're still just 15. You have plenty of growing ahead of you. Still, it isn't often I see you keeping the Imperial Governor company.
I suppose that's true. I just happened to be here on business, so I thought I'd take the chance to say goodbye to everyone.
How are you feeling? Are your injuries all right now?
Yes, nothing too serious, fortunately. I'm still feeling it, but it shouldn't be too much longer before I'm back to my old self.
That's good to hear.
I'm glad to see you looking all hale and hearty, Your Excellency.
Thank you. While no one could have foreseen how it ended, you did manage to complete this month's field study.
Ja, irgendwie war ja mal was mit Field Study, ne? Ganz
On
vergessen.
behalf of the Board of Directors, I'd like to congratulate you for your exemplary work.
Wir merken aber auch, oder, dass es jetzt langsam immer mehr eskaliert. Mit jeder Field Study werden die Probleme immer schlimmer.
We're honored you'd say so.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
We three directors may have very different positions on many issues, including how Class 7 should be run. But for my part, I'd like you to enjoy student life however you choose. I think the other directors would agree with me on at least that much.
Dad.
I'm glad to hear you feel that way, Your Excellency.
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about, Your Highness.
Well, if you say so. I've always found you a trustworthy man, of course. But...
Ah, I see that everyone's here.
Hmm. Gasp!
It couldn't be.
Chancellor Osborne.
Yay.
As a matter of fact, the Chancellor and I just came from an audience with His Majesty the Emperor.
I'm overjoyed to see you safe and well, Princess Alpha. Clearly, the goddess has bestowed her blessings upon us.
Thank you, Chancellor.
I'd also like to reassure Prince Oliver that we're starting a nationwide hunt for members of the Imperial Liberation Front.
Ist es nicht ein bisschen seltsam, dass die kaiserliche Familie irgendwie so ein gutes Verhältnis hat mit dem Kanzler, der ja eigentlich den Adel aushebeln will.
An investigation into the backgrounds of its members is also underway, so you needn't worry.
My. Nothing gets past you, does it? Well, I suppose that means you have the security detail for next month's trade conference well in hand?
Of course. I'll see to it that everything is taken care of. Ah, but where are my manners? Please excuse me for not introducing myself.
Chancellor Gilead Osborne. Yep.
I'm Gilead Osborne, representative of the Erebonian government. Though I imagine those of you who read the papers may know me better as the Blood and Iron Chancellor.
Das ist ein ziemlich lamer Spitzname. Nebenbei.
It's an honor to meet you, Your Excellency.
Wissen wir, weil seine Mutter keine Adlige ist.
Your reputation precedes you, Your Excellency.
I've heard much about the recent exploits of Thor's Class 7. Traveling across the Empire for first-hand learning with your field studies, it's quite the fascinating program. I hope you'll keep up the good work.
We shall endeavor to.
Thanks.
I hope we'll live up to your...
Ah, yes. It's been quite some time, young racer. I'm glad to see your new career path is working out for you.
Thank you, Chancellor. I wouldn't be where I am today if not for you.
Oh. Ja, ich glaube auch, dass es ist gut möglich, dass sie ihn so sehr, dass Bismarck Osborne quasi inspiriert hat. Der Satz von Instructor Sarah gerade allerdings: I wouldn't be where I am today if not for you. Das Ding ist, wenn Osborne nicht wäre, würde sie immer noch als A-Rang Bracer arbeiten. Eine Arbeit, die sie wahrscheinlich viel lieber machen würde.
I really owe you for all you've done for me.
Das ist richtig passiv-aggressiv gerade.
General Van Dyke was my superior back when I was in the army.
Richtig.
As such, I'm planning on granting you a bit of additional assistance. I should have it ready for you in a few weeks' time.
What are you...
I have great expectations for you all. Nurture the bonds you share, and train up bodies and wills of steel.
Zoom!
For I have no doubt you'll need them in the turbulent times to come.
Ominös.
Oh.
Gasp. Hat noch jemand einen Gasp? Die haben alle. Oh, Green, alles klar bei dir?
Rain?
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you.
Ja, Goliath wäre ein bisschen übertrieben. Trigger-All. Ja, A1.
Drinks are on me someday. Perfect! You guys are the best!
Wieder ein S-Rang erreicht. Okay, wir hätten Kapitel 4 erledigt.
Mid-August. It was the peak of summer, and the sweltering sun was beating down on the residents of Trista. After returning from Heimdall, we were given a whopping 5-day summer vacation before the school year resumed.
5 Tage, wow.
Turns out, Thor sticks to its military roots, only granting extended vacations to students over the New Year's holiday. However, nobles are allowed to visit home, ostensibly to give them time to become familiar with their family's holdings.
Ah. Celine sitzt da auch noch rum.
And, as you might expect, that meant most students from classes 1 and 2 spent summer away from Trista. Meanwhile, classes 3 through 5 were stuck on campus, envying the nobility as they studied and trained as usual. The other members of Class 7 and I chose to stay in Trista as well, facing the heat with our fellow students.
Also wieder normaler Schulalltag. Ugh, it's so hot, I'm dying in here. Sick of this heat already. Sagst du das? Talking about it is making me feel even hotter. The academy should install an orbital air conditioner at least, then it'd be a little easier to cope. Ist es nicht auch gerade jetzt ungefähr dieselbe Zeit, wie wir jetzt momentan haben? Irgendwie August, Mitte, Ende August? What is that? Well, it's this device that blows out cool air to help regulate a room's temperature. Maybe it'll help if you think of it as the opposite of a stove. Oh, that's some kind of wizardry. I've heard of them, but aren't they supposed to be prohibitively expensive? Only the most modern buildings seem able to afford them. Es ist wirklich krass. Ja, Vieh ist ebenfalls krank von der ganzen Hitze. Ich sage, es ist ja hier nicht anders jetzt momentan. Schöne globale Erwärmung, nicht wahr? Ist es nicht auch krass? Wir befinden uns eigentlich jetzt hier in der Welt immer noch so in der industriellen Revolution. Und die haben bereits Computer und... Oh, der Batteriezustand vom Wireless-Controller ist schwach. Das ist unschön. Hängen wir das doch mal ans Kabel. Ja, also die industrielle Revolution hier scheint ein bisschen sehr schnell voranzugehen. Mist. Hallo? Okay, das hat jetzt natürlich... Dadurch, dass ich jetzt das Kabel hier angebracht habe... ist das entsprechend... Das Kabel hing am PC. Deswegen ist jetzt die Verbindung zur PS5 abgebrochen und ging auf den PC über. Bin sofort wieder da. Per Kabel jetzt den Controller wieder an der PS5 an. Ja. Für die Elektronik. Ich mach's jetzt einfach so. Glücklicherweise habe ich ja noch einen zweiten Controller. Do you have one in your house? Well, there's one in the Reinford Company's corporate headquarters, yeah. Oh, klebt ein bisschen. Ich habe den lange nicht benutzt. Den muss ich mal sauber machen danach hier. It'd be nice if my mother could spare one, you know, for the academy she sits on the board of directors for. Seems a bit much to hope for. This is a military academy, so I doubt we can expect to be indulged quite like that. Still, a machine to help us keep cool in the summer? Whoever first invented that should get a medal. I'll admit, the summer heat here is more difficult to cope with than in Legram. As long as I think of it as another part of my training, it doesn't bother me all that much. Alles ist für sie Training. Alles. Rarehart gets similar summer heat waves, but there's actually a breeze blowing in from the canyon at this time of year. That does make summer a bit easier to manage. My hometown is up in the mountains, so it's pretty cool even around this time of year. Actually, now that you mention it, I would have thought you three would go back home for the summer, being nobles and all. You were given permission, weren't you? If everyone else was going home, I would have considered it. But in the end, I decided against it. I mean, it wasn't all that long ago I got to see Elise. Maybe next year. Ja, hat ja Elise gesehen, aber die Eltern. I came here to train. Until I feel like I've made significant progress, I have no intention of returning home. Some of you saw my father's mansion. Do you think I'd go back to a place like that willingly? I'd much rather stay here and take my chances with Heatbrook. You're really that uncomfortable at home, huh? Still, hard as it is, there's a lot going on right now. I doubt all the people headed to the conference at the end of the month have much time to be worrying about the heat. So viel Diskussion here. You make a good point. You're talking about the West Simuria Trade Conference, right? That's the one. There's never been an international conference on that scale before. At least not in modern times. Mayor Dieter Croix, who also happens to be the International Bank of Crossbell's CEO, was the one first proposed it. Wow! Der Chef der Bank von Crossbell ist auch noch gleichzeitig der Bürgermeister von Crossbell? Das klingt nach Problem. I've heard that Prince Oliver will be attending on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. Wir haben den Kaiser noch kein einziges Mal gesehen, ne? And Chancellor Osborne is supposed to be attending too. Seems crazy to think we met them just a few weeks ago. The Chancellor in particular was a pretty intimidating figure. Seemed like a big scary monster. Ja, der Typ war wirklich wirklich furchteinflößend, bisschen fast schon. I've heard he served in the Imperial Army before becoming a politician. Then 11 years ago, His Majesty entrusted him with the position of Chancellor. Supposedly, a full 70% of the Imperial Army is under his jurisdiction. His real fame comes from establishing most of the nation's railway network centered on the capital. Okay, das macht natürlich Sinn, dass er dadurch sehr viel Macht hat. Das gesamte Zugnetzwerk auszubauen im gesamten Reich, ja. Though he's also been responsible for annexing several smaller countries and independent states around Erebonia. Oh, das ist nur wieder weniger gut. I believe those all took place without any bloodshed, though. Okay. At least as far as I'm aware. I wouldn't put too much stock in what he's selling. Military spending in this country has increased exponentially since he took up his position as Chancellor. That's only possible thanks to the tax revenue he gleans from the people of Heimdall and those annexed nations. He was the one who ordered the construction of those railway guns they've got pointed at Crossbell too. At one point, Erebonia was on the verge of a full-scale war with Calvert because of those things. Oh yeah, I heard that it was actually LeBeau that proposed a way to avoid an armed conflict. They ended up signing the non-aggression pact, right? Yeah, though as I am sure you've noticed, there's still quite a bit of tension between the two countries. I wouldn't be surprised if the issue reared its head again during the trade conference. Chancellor Osborne's been a real popular figure in the capital though. Popular enough that he seems to have a group of terrorists after him. He does seem to be the Imperial Liberation Front's main target, doesn't he? You know, the hammer of judgment that shall topple the dictator and all that. Indeed, they seem to harbor a deep-seated grudge against him. So, wie im Deutschen Reich zur Vereinigung mit Bismarck. Ja, höchstwahrscheinlich. Also, wir haben es ja schon mitgekriegt, dass hier auch immer wieder mal deutsche Begriffe reingeschmissen werden. Also, ganz so weit, wirklich nicht weit hergeholt. Also, die Inspiration ist schon etwas recht eindeutig, auf jeden Fall. Their anger seems a bit unusual in its intensity, doesn't it? He does seem like the type who would make a lot of enemies, especially with a face like that. Well, I'd rather not speak ill of my father's close ally, but... Come to think of it, isn't the instructor awfully late? Well past time for homeroom to start. True, it should have started about 10 minutes ago, actually. I swear, that woman. You better not be sleeping off another hangover back at the dormitory. Well, it passed her. I wish I could say there's no way our upstanding instructor would do that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Excuse me? I'll have you know I did no such thing. Today.
Instructor?
Good morning, instructor.
Morning, everyone!
Yay!
Anyway, I'll have you know I've got a good reason for being late today. And that reason is, we're going to be welcoming a new classmate today.
Schulregel, wenn der Lehrer 15 Minuten zu spät ist, steht's dir zu, dich zu verpissen. Nicht, dass ich mich erinnern könnte bei mir. Also, wenn wir das gemacht hätten, hätten wir Ärger bekommen, glaube ich. Wir haben einen neuen Klassenkameraden. Deswegen steht auch immer noch da immer der leere Tisch.
A transfer student at this time of year?
Seriously?
All right, come on in.
Wir haben einen neuen Klassenkameraden.
Right
ja.
out.
Hey, Crow.
Huh? Crow?
But isn't he a second-year student?
I'm Crow Armbrust. Starting today, I'll be joining you fine folks as a member of Class 7. It's gonna be pretty sweet, guys.
What?
What? I mean, how?
Are you sure you want to know? It's a long tale fraught with the intrigue of school politics.
I don't think I'd put it quite like that. Back in his first year, he slacked off so much that he ended up failing a few of his classes.
Wurde zurückgestuft.
Then he came crying to me in a panic, like, oh, help me, Instructor Sarah, they're not gonna let me graduate. So as a special exception, he's going to be joining us for the next 3 months to pay for his laziness.
You can't be serious.
That's an even more pathetic reason than I was bracing myself for.
I think you already know that Crow was one of the trial users for the Arcus test they ran last year. So I thought he might be a good role model for you. In that sense, anyway. And don't forget, he'll also be joining us on our future field studies, too.
Nice. Looks like you saved me the trouble of having to explain it all. Anyway, let's let the good times roll. Oh, and since we're all classmates now, no need for all that sweet talking you lay on the other second years, all right?
Right. Easier said than done, I fear.
If he was any more laid back, he'd be comatose.
Das sagt die Richtige.
Instructor, I can't help but notice you left the door open.
Wait, is there someone else too?
Huh? Are you serious?
Oh, I was hoping to catch you off guard. All right, come on in and say hello.
I thought you forgot I was out in the hall!
Zwei neue Klassenkameraden.
What?
What?
You must be joking.
Hey, aren't you?
You're the girl we met in the Nord Highlands. Yuppers! Long time no see, guys!
But I see a couple of you I don't know, so I guess I better introduce myself. I'm Milliam Orion. And this here is Eric Getlum, but we'll just call him Lammy for short.
What the hell is that?
Holy crap!
It's that thing we saw at Arc's fort.
So this is that strange girl you met in the Nord Highlands.
Oh, and a little house rule before anything gets blown up. No bringing that thing out in the classroom. If he accidentally smashes a wall or blasts through the ceiling, I'm the one who's gonna get chewed out for it.
Boo! Fine. Anyway. Nice to meet you guys.
Moi Bullshit hier.
Tell me you're kidding. Please.
Green spricht das aus, was ich
I
denke.
really wish I could.
Sarah ist auch nicht besonders begeistert davon.
Well, I can see we're in for some fun times these next 3 months.
Möglich, ja. »21. August. Ey, wir sind ja wirklich fast bei uns. Heart attack. At first, no one was sure what to make of Crow Armbrust and Intelligence Division Agent Milliam Orion's sudden transfer into Class 7. But within a matter of days, it felt like they'd been there all along. Drykels Devo Kofeva Korao. I'm sure none of you need to be reminded that it was none other than Emperor Drykels who ended the War of the Lions. Nicht direkt unter ihm erzogen wurden, also die Ironborn, Iron and Blood Children oder ähnlich wie Iron Bloods. Nicht Ironborn, Iron Bloods. Die arbeiten zumindest, das ist seine persönliche Spezialeinheit. Irgendwie so, ja. I'm sure none of you need to be reminded. Okay. But you need to know that the historical record tell us that he had amazingly few soldiers under his command. Initially, his allies numbered only a few confidants and several warriors from Nord. And while supporters rallied to him in each region, his ranks still couldn't hope to compare to the other prince's armies. Nonetheless, they continued to advance, liberating region after region, and after half a year of bloody battles, Prince Drykels met perhaps his most well-known supporter. Pent? Million, right? Would you happen to know the historical figure to whom I'm referring? Sure do. Diane Sandlot, also known as the Lance Maiden. Alright, yeah, well done. Weiß Bescheid. Sandlot was the daughter of a count who ruled over a remote region. And accounts tell us she showed great martial skill from a young age. In particular, her skill with the lance was unparalleled. No records exist for ever being bested in combat. The Lance Maiden also had a group of mighty warriors under her command who fought alongside her in battle. Perhaps you'd like to illuminate us to the name of this famous band, Reen? The group of the mighty warriors led by the Lance Maiden. That's the Eisenritter. Das hatten wir, glaube ich, aber schon erfahren, ne? Das wussten wir schon vorher. Glaube ich. Die Eisenritter. Also known as the Iron Knights. Das ist das, was Eisenritter bedeutet. Dankeschön, Reen. They were a band of knights said to be able to charge across the battlefield like lightning, cutting down all in their path. Die Crow einfach da hinten sitzt und pennt. Correct, you've done your homework. The Warning Prince met the Lance Maiden one day during the prolonged conflict in a remote region of the country. After recognizing each other as reliable and trustworthy, they pledged to fight together under a united banner. With the Lance Maiden and her knights bolstering his ranks, Drykels' army swept through one region after another. In just a year, he was able to defeat the other princes and free the imperial capital, Heimdall. Ja, genau. Ich muss den Unterricht nachholen, sonst falle ich durch. Ratzt einfach vor sich hin. Schlimm, der Junge. As an interesting footnote, the castle the Eisenritter used as their base of operations 250 years ago just so happens to only be a hop, skip and jump away from Laura's home in Legram. Indeed, it is known as Lohengrin Castle. It's a beautiful old building situated on the shore of Lake Ebel, to the west of Legram. Oh, you've mentioned that before. Anyone live there now? No. Due to the dangerous terrain there, no one goes near it. These days, it exists simply as a relic of a bygone age. The Arcade family is responsible for the care of and maintenance of the castle, though really only minimal work is done. Speaking of the Arcade house, wasn't one of your ancestors the Eisenritter's second in command? Indeed, the Landsmaiden's most trusted assistant and confidant, from what I understand. The Sandlord family line ended with the death of the Landsmaiden, and it's partially because of that the Arcade family mourns her death each year. Bro! What a fascinating story. Graham, huh? Never had a mission there, so I've never been able to go. Maybe I should have stopped by when I went to Berea a while back. Laber das nicht einfach so. You'd think she'd at least try to conceal the fact that she gets sent all over the country on secret missions. Oh, she totally just let it slip that she was doing something in Berea too. Well, I suppose it's better than her being all distant and cagey all around us. AP increased by 1, weil ich die Frage richtig war. Okay, so today is a free day, which means that next Wednesday you'll have your usual practical exam. You better all be bringing your A game. Oh, Milliam and Crow? A few must-have instructional materials you guys are going to need as part of Class 7 finally showed up. I'll hand that stuff off to you once we're done here, so I want you to come with me to the facility lounge. And what a drag. Unwichtiger Dialog. Alright, homeroom's out for the day. Flee while you can. Marcus, if you'll do the honors. Doctor. Alright, bow. So, what do you think? Well, I don't think we have to be on guard around her, at least. So I'd rather she kept that giant silver thing of hers hidden. I don't think she's a bad girl. I was taking a nap in the courtyard yesterday and she came and fell asleep next to me. Oh. What does that have to do with whether or not she's trustworthy? They looked like a couple of kittens all curled up together. Their personalities might be worlds apart, but they're both rather cat-like in their own ways. She can't be more than 12 or 13. She's practically a child. Yeah, you're right. She's so chipper all the time that it's hard to really be cold toward her. Yeah, I don't think I could bring myself to spurn her. She's got this natural charm, I think. Redet mal bitte nicht so über ein Kind. Das ist creepy. Be that as it may, her presence here reeks of blood and iron, if you take my meaning. Ja, das ist auch mein Gefühl. Sie ist einfach da, um vielleicht die Klasse zu beobachten oder sowas. Die auszuspionieren. Certainly seems that way.
As such, I'm planning on granting you a bit of additional assistance.
Und damit wäre deine Frage beantwortet, Brother.
I should have it ready for you in a few weeks' time.
Hard to believe that a girl like that could be an agent of the intelligence division. But just going off what happened in Nord, there's not much that would make me doubt it now. Then there's that thing, Arigatlum, that's always with her. Calls it Lammy, but aside from its name, we don't really know anything about it. It seems to be made from some strange material with both metallic and ceramic properties, hard but pliable. Indeed. It doesn't look like anything you could make even with the most cutting-edge orbital technology. When I touched it, it felt really nice and cold. So you actually touched it? It hasn't escaped my notice that it seems strikingly similar to the combat shells we fight on our practical exams. I think it's safe to assume that they share the same kind of common origin. Yeah. The instructor said she was forced to accept it, though in a sense Milliam was forced on us too. You're welcome to think what you will, but I don't trust her. Either way, she's technically our classmate now, like it or not. Maybe a little early to tell whether we can trust her as a friend, but we should be able to figure out pretty quickly whether we can count on her as a member of Class 7. Ah. Well, that's a logical way to breaking it down, at least. You're right. It's pretty early to make sweeping judgments. Knowing a background would be great, but what's really important is whether we can count on her in a fight. Agreed. As students of a military academy, she's probably the most important issue. Well, considering we're living in the same dormitory, it'd be good if we all got along. Yeah, I wouldn't want her to think we're trying to make her feel unwelcome either. Then there's Crow. I like Green. You seem like you get along with him pretty well. I don't know if I'd put it quite like that. If I had to say, I'd describe him as a capricious, gambling addict way too prone to ante up for every hand. He sounds like the kind of miscreant one would be better off avoiding. You can count on him when the chips are down, though. You really helped me out last month when Elise went into the old schoolhouse. Ja, okay, also... Wohl. Bro, wirklich einer... Kommt rüber als ein ziemlicher Depp, aber man kann auf ihn zählen, wenn es drauf ankommt. He's good in the fight and pretty handy with his arcus too. Maybe we're worrying over nothing then? Still, I'm not really sure how to connect with him, you know. Well, at least we're in separate dorms for the time being. We'll just have to see how things go. Machen sich ein bisschen zu viele Gedanken über das Gefühl. Nur wegen dem... Würdet ihr über so... Also in meiner Schulzeit...
Green Schwarzer speaking.
Ich meine, okay, in meiner Schulzeit, als ich zur Schule gegangen bin, war unsere Klasse nie so gut aufeinander zu sprechen.
Oh, hi there, Reen.
Hey, Toa.
Toa? Well, this is a surprise. What can I do for you?
You've got a new student in your class now, right? Well, her student notebook is ready, so I figured it'd be best to get it to her as soon as possible.
Ach ja.
Since you handled it last time, would you mind coming to get it for her?
Ah, you're talking about Milliam. Sure thing. I'll come get it right away. You want me to swing by the student council room then?
That'd be great. Thanks.
She sure doesn't waste any time. I should head on over to the student council room before it gets too late.
Das war jetzt aber auch wirklich ein ganz seltsamer Moment, um Voice Acting zu haben. Also, irgendwie... Raum. Hier war noch irgendwo ein Zimmer, wo ich nochmal rein sollte und mit jemandem reden sollte, laut Walkthrough. Home Egg Room. Mary, hallo. Person acting as advisor for the street clubs here simply not handling. Okay, ja, weil man muss zweimal mit ihr reden, um ihren Eintrag in den Charakteren zu bekommen hier. Hier, genau, diesen zweiten unteren Bereich bekommt man nur, wenn man mit ihr zweimal redet, als wäre es ein Dark Souls. Was? Okay. Soll wohl schon gehen, dass ich jetzt hier mit jemandem reden kann und eine Medaille abholen kann? Ja, Range Warser. It seems as though you've been working very hard on your field studies and even harder when you help the student council. I can hardly imagine how many people you've helped tackle their problems. All while showing compassion and honor. As an instructor here at Force, you could not have made me prouder. That's very kind of you, but I'm not sure I've done anything someone else in my shoes wouldn't have. To be honest, I'd say the people I've helped have let me develop as a person, so it's anything but a show. The more I talk, the more right I know I am. I hereby present to you with the Medal of Compassion. Miss Herschel won this last year, so you know you're in good company. Well, this is far from a formal award ceremony. I do hope you will accept. Even so, that's quite an honor. Of course I accept. Thank you very much. Und das ist die Medaille, die man bekommt, wenn man diese Profile ausfüllt, glaube ich. Hier die Charakterprofile. Das ist die Belohnung, die man dafür bekommt. Und hier muss noch irgendwo... Genau, hier. Lehrer Macaroni. Reen, come here for a sec. You know you've gotten a real air of confidence since you first showed up here at Thoros. Dankeschön. Really? I haven't really noticed much of a difference, but maybe it's because of all the difficult opponents we've had to face over the course of the year. Yeah, I've heard you've been through a lot of these field studies or whatever. I've got to give this to someone, so I figured it might as well be you. What? I'm in charge of handing out one of the Lionheart medals this year, so yeah. It's the Medal of Valor. Congrats. Medal of Valor. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be awarded something like this. Well, keep up the good work. Ron and Angelica got it last year, and to be honest, I think you're on track to accomplish just as much as they did. Ro and Angelica die bekommen. I don't know if I'll be able to pull that off, dass Crow überhaupt die Medaille bekommen hat. But this is going to motivate me to work even harder for you now. From now on, man. Das ist eine Medaille, die man bekommt, wenn man möglichst viele Quests gemacht hat, genau. Okay, Medal of Compassion. Sehr starke Verstärkung von Zaubern. Sehr schön, Medal of Valor. Oh. Chemisch. Running Mishi is Strap featuring Mishi, part of a set. Erhöht Beweglichkeit, okay. Also ja, das sind Sachen, die man doch wirklich haben will. Okay. Academy Field. Wollen wir jetzt gehen? Wie? Emily? Nee, du bist Paula. Wo ist Emily? Du Emily? Du bist Emily. Hallo Emily. Theresa's parents told her to come right home for summer break. Apparently, they are none too pleased that she is hanging out with a commoner like me. Sounds like she got a real tongue lashing for it when they first found out too. But even after that, she never stopped talking to me. You don't make friends as true as Theresia every day. Dann ist Ferris hier. Die cool bitch. Neat. Milch. Okay. Ich war allerdings auch fleißig am Angeln. Aber hier ist unser Kumpel nicht. Ich kann auch die Akademie gerade nicht verlassen, hä? Okay. 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 Aber Kenny ist hier irgendwo. Club. Fishing. Kenny. Oh, you're a black angler now. I'm impressed that you earned the same title as me in such a short time. Would have expected that from a fishing pro like you, though. I'm going to need to fish even harder, so you don't overtake me. Okay, also wir haben nämlich eine Rangerhöhung bekommen. Das bedeutet, wir bekommen eine bessere Route. Oh, Salmon Badge sind gut. Irgendwas? Okay, Tor.
The door's open. Come on in.
Sorry if I disturbed you.
Oh, Reen. Not at all. Sorry for making you come all the way out here.
Don't worry about it. It's class business anyway. That's quite the spread you've got on your desk there. Is it just me, or does your workload only ever seem to increase?
Ich habe da Chronicle nie gespielt, muss ich dazu geben. Aber ich weiß, dass es da Fischen und Zeug gibt. Sehr viel davon gab.
Anyway, this is Milliam's notebook. Crow's already got one, along with the added pages on the Arcus units you all have. So she's the last one who needs it.
All right. I'll be sure to pass this on to Milliam next time I see her. Actually, if you don't mind my asking, how much do you know about why she's here at the Academy?
All I know is that she came with a recommendation from the Army's Intelligence Division, really. You know those combat shells you fight in your practical exams? They're being used with the Emperor's authorization. Apparently, it's something similar for Milliam. They can't deny her admission if the Emperor's pushing it through.
Ja, welche Überraschung.
This goes all the way up to His Majesty?
Seems like it. The Chancellor was the one who set up both the Intelligence Division and the Railway Military Police. But neither of those organizations could have been established without His Majesty's consent. That's what's unusual. Anyway, because of that, the Academy can't really turn down a direct referral with that kind of backing.
So that's how it is. But even accounting for that, I never would have expected Crow to be transferred into our class too.
Yeah, I was just as shocked as you when I found out. I knew he was a habitual class cutter, but I always figured he at least had enough credits to graduate. Oh, I feel like a failure as student council president for not noticing. Maybe even a failure as a friend.
Ja, definitiv. Du bist so ein Fehlschlag, Tor. Absolut.
Whoa there. I think you're being a little hard on yourself. What about Angelica? Does she have enough credits to graduate?
Angie at least makes sure to attend the classes she needs for graduation. Apparently, Crow not only hadn't attended enough class units, he also didn't turn in some essential assignments. But as long as he's active and engaged with his Class 7 work over the next couple months, he'll be able to graduate.
Ah. Still, I get the distinct feeling this 1-2 punch of transfer students wasn't just a happy coincidence. Am I right?
Well, yeah. The principal thought placing Crow in Class 7 might be beneficial for the rest of you, too. His grades might be a sorry sight, but he really knows how to get things done when he wants to. Did you know he was responsible for all of the event planning at last year's Academy Festival?
Crow did that? Voluntarily?
It might be kind of awkward having a second-year student in your class, but I hope you guys will all get along. That goes for Milliam too, of course. She might have an unusual background, but at the end of the day, she's still a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah, I get what you mean. So she really is 13 then?
Yeah, she scored really well on her entrance exam though, so I think she can handle the curriculum fine. She might be small, but she can roll up her sleeves with the best of them.
Das wissen wir auch so.
Now where have I heard of someone like that before? Oh, sorry. Looks like I've got a call coming in.
Go ahead and answer. I don't mind. I wouldn't want you to miss anything important.
Alright. Excuse me then.
Ja, Oliver ging... ja, was
Hello?
da wohl abläuft.
Green Schwarzer speaking.
Hello, Reen. It's your favorite instructor here. Are you still on the academy grounds by any chance?
As much as it pains me to say it, I am.
No need to sound so suspicious. It's just that after I gave Milliam all the things I had for her, she just took off somewhere. You know how she tends to be kind of a mischief maker, so could you find her and drag her back to the dorms for me?
Alright. I can only imagine what would happen if she were to flash that silver thing of hers around on the academy grounds again.
Don't flash your silver thing around.
Yeah, I'd really rather avoid a repeat of yesterday. Anyway, I leave it in your capable hands, brave leader of Class 7. Mwah!
Wait a second. When did I become the...
She really does trust you. Anyway, I'll let you go then. Are you still up for helping me with a few requests tomorrow?
Of course. I'll be around. Still, I know you've got a full slate and all, but try not to overwork yourself. And if there's anything else I can do to make life a little easier for you, don't hesitate to ask.
Sure. And thanks.
Right, I guess I better start looking for Milliam. Where do I even start? She could be almost anywhere. I should probably ask a couple of others for help. I don't accomplish much just checking places at random. Come to think of it, I haven't gotten Crow's number yet either. I think 2 other classmates will be enough for this, though I should remember to ask him when I get the chance. Baby und Elliot. Keine Ahnung. I can see why you're concerned. It certainly doesn't seem prudent to just let her wander the campus unattended. He's probably poking around the academy. I'm guessing the whole boarding school experience is kinda new to her. Yeah, I think you're right. I doubt she's left the academy grounds yet, though we should be able to find her. I'll just have to think. If I were new here, what would seem the most interesting? Then check all those places. Alright, let's go see if we can find her and convince her to come back. Jetzt ist natürlich die Frage, warum habe ich jetzt eine Truppe zusammengestellt? Muss ich kämpfen nochmal oder sowas? Ja, wer weiß. Aber ganz ehrlich, das überlassen wir doch mal lieber dem nächsten Stream, würde ich sagen, oder? Da suchen wir Milliam. Vielleicht das alte Schulgebäude, ich weiß es auch nicht. Und dann, was haben wir vor uns? Wieder normaler Schulalltag, ja. Schulhaus. Practical Exam. Und dann die nächste Field Study wieder. Gut. Wir sind in Kapitel 5 eben angekommen, ne? Es gibt 6 Kapitel oder 7. So nebenbei. Also wir kommen dem Ende entgegen. So langsam. Ja, dann werden wir am nächsten Dienstag wieder weitermachen, um hier Miriam zu finden und unseren Schulalltag weiter zu verbringen. Und dann schauen wir, wie es auf der Field Study aussieht. Ich weiß gar nicht, wo wir hingehen diesmal. Ich habe eine Vermutung, wohin. Aber ich bin mir jetzt nicht ganz hundertprozentig sicher. Aber das werden wir ja dann beim nächsten. Also dann. Right. Genau, dankeschön, Green. Vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen. Und dann sehen wir uns am Donnerstag hoffentlich dann bei Xenogears wieder. Also dann ciao.